used to take 3 seconds. Any case, Chuck, did you vote for Trump?
I did.
And do you regret your vote?
I regret voting.
You regret voting?
Yes.
Why would you regret your civic
Because
duty?
I hadn't voted in many years. I don't adhere to the philosophy that voting for the lesser of two evils is a positive thing. I think you're still voting for evil.
I don't think articulating as a philosophy is correct. It would be more so something that's a little bit true. It'd be something that we can see based off of the different directions that Kamala Harris and Donald Trump wanted for the country. We can see the examples of that harm reduction in real time with the increased harm that we see under the Trump administration. Can you say fairly that you think Kamala Harris would have been the exact same kind of quote unquote evil?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
What is that belief based in?
History.
History?
Yeah.
Kamala Harris's history?
History of how the country's headed for the last 150 years.
Oh, well, then that would not be a fair metric to criticize her, because many of those things would be completely out of her control.
No, because she chose to, when she chose to be a progressive, she chose to turn her back on the Constitution and advocate for the enslavement of the American people. When she chose to be a progressive, that's what a progressive is.
I'm sorry. You think progressives are for slavery?
Yes, absolutely.
Enlighten me.
Prior to the central bank and the progressive income tax, the people owned industry through tax and regulatory policy administered at the local level. Federalism, American federalism, it was decentralized.
Oh.
The people own the means of production through local governments. The federal government was not delegated the power to tax and regulate industry internally. Once progressives unlawfully gave the federal government the power to tax and regulate industry internally, the checks and balances of the federal system disappeared, and America became an oligarchy by default.
So, I'm sorry. What time period was this that we didn't tax anyone federally?
That was prior to 1913.
Okay. Pretty sure we still had a federal tax there, but yeah,
no, that was unconstitutional. You see, you aren't even educated on what's going on.
No, sure.
You're just another leftist clown who thinks you're fucking educated and hasn't got a clue.
Oh, sure.
In fact, most leftists I encounter.
So you were incorrect. You were literally incorrect. The federal government did collect taxes beforehand.
No.
What you'd be referencing is the federal income tax.
Well, that's what I said, federal income tax.
Yeah, but then it was still very much taxed before. And it was different ways of collecting
the federal government was designed. The federal government was designed for external purposes only. It was not designed for internal purposes. It was modeled after the Magna Carta.
It was modeled after the. Or you talk about internal policies overall?
It was modeled after the Magna Carta of 1215.
What do you mean?
Central government.
Hold on. What do you mean externally? What are you referencing externally?
It was designed for external purposes only. That means
what do you specifically mean by external? So you're talking about foreign policy.
Foreign policy, yes.
That wouldn't
foreign
be correct.
Policy only. The federal government was designed to be an ambassador.
Would not be correct.
No, you're
we
incorrect.
Do so much more than foreign policy before 1913 and the federal income tax. We had domestic policy before then.
They were doing it illegally.
If you want to say it was more heavily regulated by the states or controlled by the states, then you would be correct. but it was still existent. It was still a thing. Yeah.
They were doing it illegally.
How is it illegal? Can you tell me when there was a ruling that deemed it to be illegal prior to 1913?
Look up the Virginia and Kentucky resolutions of 1798.
Kentucky and Virginia resolutions?
Of
Was this a
1798.
Supreme Court ruling?
No, this is a resolution that put Jefferson in the White House in 1800.
Kentucky and what did you say?
Virginia.
Kentucky, Virginia resolution. Boom, boom, boom,
Of 1798.
Boom, boom, boom. These are statements written by Jefferson and Madison.
Yes.
Constitutional laws were void and that states had the right to protect their citizens. Federal government was limited by the Constitution. How is any of this not true today?
They've ignored the Constitution for 150 years.
I'm sorry.
Because
what part of the
Article
Constitution
1,
is being
Article
ignored
1,
by the federal government?
Article 1, Section 8 are enumerated powers. That means the states delegated to the federal government a list of enumerated powers. Yeah.
Let's
Look
see
it
the
up.
powers given to Congress, including the power. This is Congress. This is not the states. Hold on. Article 1, Section 8, enumerated powers, overview of Congress. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and exceeds, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States. But all duties, imposts, and exceeds, I think that's how I'm pronouncing that word, shall be uniform throughout the United States. This is not how you just represented it at all.
That's how it's designed for external purposes.
Nothing about this says anything
welfare,
about external.
General welfare.
We have overview of taxing clause, historical background on taxing power, uniformity clause and indirect taxes, taxes to regulate conduct, intergovernmental tax immunity doctrine, overview of spending clause, historical background on spending clause, blah, 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 general welfare relatedness, and independent constitutional powers. General welfare would be domestic, by the way, that would internally apply to the United States, and some of it could go abroad. Again,
okay, now
can you tell me where in this revision is it substantiating your claim?
Now go to the 9th and 10th Amendment.
Hold on. I need you to stay on this one here. This does not articulate the point that you were making.
This is called...
You said Article 1, Section 8 explains how the federal government is unconstitutional and has been unconstitutional since 1913. This does not articulate that. I need you to tell me where in this section your point stands.
It's the Constitution is the document, and
I'm aware of what the Constitution is.
The 10th Amendment.
To get to your point.
Go to the 10th Amendment.
No, you said the First Amendment.
It's based.
And now we're going to another amendment. I ask you a very specific question. You said the federal government was unconstitutional, and I said, how can you articulate that? How do you explain that? You said Article 1, Section 8.
Right.
Here I am. And it did not say what you said.
Well, that's only the list of enumerated powers.
Telling the federal government what they can do. That's hold on. You said the states tell the federal government what they can do. This is Congress. Now, if you wanted to say it in the loosest sense, which is people in Congress are representatives from states, and then the states make up the body of Congress, obviously. But this wording is very different from what you said. I just want to point out that this is what you gave me to read. I'm reading it, and nowhere in it does it substantiate your claim. Mind you, you had an insult about what I didn't know beforehand. So
where
I
in
really
Article
want you to
1,
this.
Section 8 does it say you can establish an income tax?
One of these sections here? Where is it?
No, just find it.
Taxes to regulate conduct, or it could be overview of the tax.
There's no income tax listed there.
Which one?
There's no central bank there. Here? There's no Social Security. There's no Medicare there. So they can't do it.
No, hold on.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
If
There's the
it's not listed
Constitution,
there,
and then
they
there's
can't
laws we
do
make
it.
separate from it. You're saying that we cannot tax people for Social Security unless it's explicitly put in the Constitution. That's
I'm
a
saying Social
ridiculous
Security
argument.
is unconstitutional.
You're saying Social Security is unconstitutional based off
Yes.
of what provision? What provision would
Where in
outlaw
Article
or
1,
prove
Section 8 does it
unconstitutional
say
it to
they
be?
can nationalize the people's retirement?
Buddy, where does it say that they can't?
Where does it say they can
Where
nationalize
does it say
the
that they
people's
can't?
retirement? They are
This is a
enumerated
ridiculous argument,
powers.
my guy.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Enumerated powers.
Sure.
That
Sure,
means
buddy.
if it's not listed there, they can't do it. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you tell me what
All that power in the 10th Amendment.
what does
All
enumerated
that
powers mean?
Listen to me.
I don't know why
That
you're yelling.
power was
What does
reserved to the
enumerated powers mean?
people at the local level.
What does enumerated powers mean?
It means powers that are enumerated. That means
What does that
that's
mean?
Only thing.
What does that mean?
means- I gotta get a drink.
That's just you reversing the words. I need you to tell me what enumerated powers mean. What does that entail? How is that how is that applied to the United
It means
States and your
a
argument?
list of powers
Uh-huh.
that were delegated to said government by the state governments, which
By
are
Congress who would make the
independent sovereign
laws, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No. It was the states who wrote the Constitution and created the federal government
States have
was
their own
created.
constitutions. Yeah.
The federal
then
government,
there's
you
the
aren't
big
listening.
one.
You aren't listening.
I am listening.
The federal
But
government
you're wrong.
was created by the state governments. Okay? So the federal government is an employee of the states.
Uh-huh.
And they
The federal
delegated
government
to
is
it
an
a
employee
list
of
of
the
powers.
states. No.
They wanted
no,
to make sure.
No.
Yes.
Federal is
Yes.
over them.
So you
They
guys
would have
got
their
no
states'
fucking
rights.
clue what's going on.
Yeah,
man.
you can keep
You
saying
keep
that,
digging.
but let me
You
go ahead
keep
and tell
digging,
you
brother.
what enumerated
You keep
powers
digging.
means. Let me tell you what enumerated
Good luck
powers
to
means.
you.
I'm going to read it to
I'm
you.
not going
I'm
to
going
waste
to
any
read it
more
to you.
time. You're so
The
ignorant.
enumerated
It's gonna
powers
take you
of the
years
United
to
States
catch up to
Congress
me.
are the powers granted to the federal government of the United States by the United States Constitution. Most of these powers are listed in Article 1, Section 8 and provide textual source of congressional powers. This would be specific and explicit, granted to the federal government and Congress by the U.S. Constitution. Did he run?
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Well then, Ari, I let you up. Did you drop down? What happened? Yeah. He was wrong on several things there. He was wrong on several things there. Literally several things. Congress can create laws, and those laws would align with the Constitution. Those laws that Congress can create are not only what would be explicitly stated in the Constitution, or any law that Congress has made over the course of, since I guess 1913, which would be 113 years now. All of those laws would be expanding on some of the provisions in the Constitution, or would respect the Constitution, not be limited to things explicitly stated in the Constitution. The problem with what you're saying, sir, is that nothing that's put in the Constitution explicitly, we cannot possibly pass a law on it, and then you would be deeming it unconstitutional. That's not how that works at all. I'm reading what you're saying here, or not what you're saying. I'm reading what you're citing, and what you're citing is not even aligning with what you're saying. But makes sense why he ran. Shout out to Feisty. Thank you so much, Feisty, for sending out the 5 memberships over on the YouTube. Thank you so much. W's in the chat to Feisty. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Congratulations to the 5 new DEI subscribers. Make sure you guys enjoy your perks and read what they are. Hi, Ari. What's up?
Hi. So I was trying to tell you how to pronounce it in the chat. Excise.
Excise. Thank you so much. Excise.
Yeah. Also, for those that are wondering why Chuck was like wrong on so many spots, to start with, retirement wasn't a thing to our founding fathers. What they did back then was they worked until they were physically unable to, and then they relied on their family. So that that wasn't a thing. It's so weird that somebody would even say something like that. Like, did they say anything about taxing retirement? Like, no, because they hadn't even thought of what to do when you retire. It's literally you work until you die back then. Like, it's such a uh, and income tax wasn't considered a thing back then because it wasn't necessarily considered income to them. They just all had money, but it was they still relied heavily on the trading of goods for services and not necessarily utilizing physical currency and considering that income. It there was so much more going on back then than apparently people want to remember. It like and correct. They also considered it to be a living document. It to be they I think originally they wanted it to be updated like every 25 to 50 years because it was supposed to change with the times, which is what they did.
Also, we'd be ignoring the federal income tax that took place before 1913, specifically due to things like the
Oh,
Civil
the Civil
War.
War?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
people always forget that we taxed income during the Civil War, and even for a couple of years after the Civil War ended, until they were like, okay, yeah, we're done paying for our Civil War. And an excise tax, if you implemented it today, would be the equivalent of what they like to say is a consumer tax. It's not the right word for it. Hold on. What is the right word? Where you put a tax specifically on like high valued items that you don't need necessarily. Is it a consumer tax?
Hey,
Somebody knows it.
take a guess, Ari, on how many people within the last month came up, tried to argue something that they did not know. Upon me reading what they cited, it did not say what they said. They crashed out and ran. Take a guess as to how many people have had do that.
Oh, total number of people, and yes, everyone's right. A luxury tax. Um, I would get so if you want an exact number, let's just say in 30 days, 49.
Two.
Bitch, please. That's it.
Specifically, people were actually able to cite something because most of them can't. People who were specifically able to cite something and then misconstrue the something and then crash out and run. It's been specifically two. Other people like reference it, but in terms of giving me the actual thing, no. Because again, most people who come up on my panel can't cite anything in the Constitution. So there's that.
That's true. Yeah, but it also just shows a limited misunderstanding. And I saw Itchy in the comments. It would have been funny if he came up. He cracks me up
It
in the
is
best
hilarious.
way.
Um,
He's hilarious.
what did I miss? Yes, exactly, Phil. Exactly. I think they conveniently leave that out of the conversation when they talk about things that are unconstitutional because the Constitution doesn't explicitly state a specific thing or specific wording, because then you would be ignoring the fact that, yes, it is a living document. The amendments that we have were for a reason. It was supposed to be updated. I don't know. I don't get these people. Any cases, Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, and we call the number on screen 737-295-5321. If someone else would like to pick up and explain to me how I guess federal income taxes are unconstitutional, by all means, probably don't start there. Start at a different point. I encourage you to do so because Article 1, Section 8, nor the 10th Amendment is going to tell you guys what you want to know. I can assure you of that much. Continue to double tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 50K and beyond. Share out the live with your friends and family as well. Repost and add to your story. It's only 16 shares. We can absolutely get that up to 100. There are 424 people of you in here. Also repost the live and add it to your story. If you haven't sent your daily heart me's, make sure you're knocking that on the top left corner and clear out these little 1 cent gift goals to get us boosted out on the FYP.
All right. I am going to drop back down so I can do my last little bit of capitalism for the day.
W, I appreciate you coming up, guys. If you guys are not following Ari, which most of you are, I'm sure, make sure you're following her. I appreciate you coming up.
Love you, friend.
Yeah. I've never heard that one before. That's actually new for me. I thought he was going to go down the gold standard route, which I guess he probably was at some point. But no, I've never heard that before. That I've never heard that before. That before 1913, everything was unconstitutional, or excuse me, everything after 1913 is unconstitutional. That one's new to me. And then if you actually believe that, then you would have believed that Trump, who you voted for, would have also been unconstitutional. Yeah, I think those guys. I do not encourage anyone not to vote, but then the more I talk to certain people, is I'm like, you know what? I actually don't mind you staying home. You ever talk to someone and the hell are ruling on guns? You ever talk to someone and you're just like, you know what? Maybe you should sit this one out. Maybe you should sit them all out, actually. Maybe you should just stay at home. I don't think you'd be hurting anyone or harming anyone by staying at home or benefiting anyone. Like just be neutral. Be as neutral as you can be. It's for the best of society. I can assure you of that. Love it when they start throwing out the insults early as well. Like 0.2 seconds, we're throwing out insults of what I don't understand, and you can't even prove your claim in the clause that you mentioned, which is wild. Jager, did you vote for Trump?
I sure did, yeah.
And do you regret your vote?
Nope, I did not.
Why is that?
Well, I certainly didn't vote for Trump on the basis of foreign or economic policy. Both of those areas I understand that he's performed pretty poorly in. But
Trans
in the
people
area
or
that I
abortion?
voted
Which
for
one
him,
is it?
It's male people.
Trans people or abortion? Which one are you against?
Neither of the two. It's male people and mitigating male pattern perpetration of sexual and violent crimes.
Yeah. Anyways, so you don't like trans people. I believe I've talked to you before.
I don't
Does that
like all
sound about
male
right?
people, actually. No, because I'm advocating for trans men when I talk about this topic, so I'm just skeptical of male people.
Anyway,
and
my
its
question
impact.
was, have I talked to you before?
No, you have not talked to me before.
Yeah, doubtful. Your voice sounds very familiar. You probably just don't remember. Yeah. How did you think I knew exactly what you were going to say?
Well, you didn't, because you said trans people, which is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about male people
trans
and their
people,
propensity to
and I
perpetrate
said, or
disproportionately
abortion.
sexual and violent crimes. Right, I'm not talking about trans people.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
you're
male
talking
people.
about
So you
trans
were
people.
incorrect in your assumption.
Yeah,
about
you are
what I was
talking about trans
about.
people.
You were
literally talking
incorrect
about
in your
trans people.
assumption.
No, I'm not.
You were incorrect in your assumption. No, I'm talking about male people and their disproportionate propensity to perpetrate sexual and violent crimes. All male people.
Yeah, cool. So anyways,
So not trans people.
anyway,
You were incorrect.
trans men nor trans women in any way, shape, or form keep up with cis men and cis women when it comes to their violent crimes.
Oh, I didn't
against
say anything
men
about men or
or
women.
women or anything
Oh, I didn't
else.
say anything about men or women.
So there's that.
Oh, I don't know what you're contending with. I didn't say anything about men or women.
Yeah, you did.
No, I said male people. That's a gender.
Yeah, you're making an argument
understanding
against
of the
trans
category.
people.
If you're going to be basing that on
We can
sex.
just skip that. We can skip like whatever you're trying to do here. You're trying to make an argument against trans people. You can keep going
once
male.
again,
you
I
can
will
keep
clarify
going
for you
female.
what I'm making an
Whatever,
argument
however
against
you
is
want to
male
refer
people
to,
and their
however you want to
propensity to
refer to trans
disproportionately
people,
perpetrate
does
sexual
not
and violent
substantiate your
crimes.
claim.
Did you want to hear it out?
There is no evidence you can use to support the claim that trans women are negatively impacting cis women when it comes to violence, when it comes to, unfair advantages against women, or anything of the nature.
But what I can substantiate is that they perpetrate much closer to male pattern criminality than they do female pattern criminality. And so there's a justified need for a safeguarding mechanism when it comes to spaces where women are in particular states of vulnerability.
You cannot
that's
give
what I
me
can
any
substantiate with
source or
empirical
claim
evidence.
whatsoever that shows that trans
I
women
certainly can.
are
Certainly can.
perpetuating crime against cis women
At a male rate, absolutely. I can. I'll
at
give
a
you a
rate
30 in your chat right
the
now.
same.
I absolutely can. I'll give you a 30 in your chat right now.
Yeah.
You can just take a look at any of these and we can go through them and discuss how it indicates that trans women are perpetrating male pattern criminality. Just pick one and copy and paste it in your browser.
Human beings demonstrate a pattern of
Oh,
criminality.
sorry.
I don't know
You
if
said
you're
I couldn't
pointing to-
substantiate something. We're going to investigate that now. If you wanted to take
Yeah.
a look at any of
Yeah.
these
Well,
empirical
one,
evidence
you
that I'm
can't
giving
because
you
you're
to
literally not
substantiate the claim
acknowledging
that
your
I did
argument
make.
against trans women as a whole. You literally
It's
keep
against
saying
all male people.
males.
It's against all male
Yeah,
people.
I'm
that's
talking
who I'm
about
talking
trans people. Yeah.
Right, I'm talking
You're
about
making
male
an
people. You're
argument
not
for
addressing
trans
me.
people, and you refuse to address them.
Oh,
as
I was
trans
posting the sources in
people.
your chat, but I was muted. I'm
Yeah, I
unable
know you're
to
posting
share
a
with
bunch
you the
of
resources.
links. I get a lot of links.
Well, you said I was
by a lot of
unable to
different people.
substantiate my
Yeah,
position.
you're not.
Well, you
just
said I
have
was
a bunch
unable
of
to
sources,
substantiate my position.
and none of those sources are going to show that trans
Which one did
women
you open up that
are
didn't show?
committing
Which one did you
more
open up that
crimes
didn't show?
against
Which
women,
one did
cis
you open
women,
up that
than
didn't
anyone
show
else?
it? Right. So do you have any reason to believe that trans women perpetrate closer to female pattern criminality in any domain of criminality?
Closer to female? What do you mean by
Closer to female than male. I mean, they're closer to female pattern perpetration than male pattern perpetration.
I'm not worried about women or females in this scenario.
Sorry, that wasn't the
I'm
question
talking
I
about
asked
trans
you.
women.
Oh, sorry, that wasn't quite the question I asked you. I asked you, do you have any reason to believe that trans women perpetrate closer to female pattern criminality than male pattern criminality in any domain of criminality that you'd like?
Closer to female criminality?
Yeah, just a simple yes or no. Do you have any reason to believe that?
By closer to female criminality, it would be less than males, correct?
Incorrect. No, it would be closer to female than it would be to
You
male.
said, well,
Nothing
if
to
you're
do
talking
with
about
lesser
closer to
criminality.
female criminality, and you're saying that males perpetuate more crimes against females, right?
Incorrect.
No, that's not what you've been arguing this entire time.
That is true, but that's not how I stipulated it.
Oh, so that is literally what I said. Okay, great. So the question that you're trying to ask me is that do I have any evidence to support the claim that males have a similar female propensity to commit crimes against females?
You're close, but it's still incorrect. I'm going to clarify it one more time for you, and I'm hoping that you can follow along. Okay, ready?
sure,
Here we
yeah.
go. Do you have any reason to believe that trans-identifying male people perpetrate closer to female pattern criminality?
Trans-identifying male people. So trans women?
Trans-identified male people. That's correct.
trans
a male
women?
person with a gender incongruence is going
so
to be a trans woman. Correct.
So
Do
remember
you
when I
have
was
any
saying
reason to
trans
believe
women
that
the entire time?
trans-identified-
Remember when I said
You
trans
said male
people the
people.
entire
You said
time?
male people.
And then
You
you
didn't say
remember,
trans women. You
yeah,
said male
I literally,
people.
no, remember at the beginning of this conversation where I literally said, so you either are trying to make an argument against abortion or trans people, and you said, no, I'm not talking about trans people.
All
and
male
then you
people,
just said
that's-
trans-identified, so you were talking about trans people
Trans-identified
this entire
male people
time?
are male people.
So you
right
were
there,
talking about
included in
trans
that
people this
subset of
entire
male people.
time?
I was talking about male people.
So you were talking about trans people this entire time. Cool.
No,
great.
because
I just
I'm not
wanted to
talking
point
about
out
trans men.
your first
No,
thing.
because
That
I'm
you
not
tried
talking
to
about
play
trans
this
men. I'm
word game
talking
this
about
entire time
trans-identified
where
male
you tried to
people
make
who
this
are
thing
male
where,
people,
no, I'm not talking
which-
about these people because you didn't want to acknowledge their identity and their existence. So then you had to do this weird word
And
game
you didn't
thing.
want to answer the
and
question
you did
that was
all of
posed,
this
which is,
for
do you
no
have any
reason
reason to
whatsoever
believe
because
that trans-identified
now
male people
we're back
perpetrate
to the
closer to
exact
female
same
pattern
point
criminality than
that
male
we've
pattern
been
criminality?
time and
Can you
time
answer the
again,
question?
which is you
Well, you haven't answered
acknowledging
the
the
question yet.
existence of trans people.
Well, you haven't answered the
You're
question
just
yet.
refusing to acknowledge their gender and hyper
Oh, well, you're
focusing
refusing
on
to
what
answer the
their
question that
sex
was
could
posed to
be.
you, which is, do you have any reason
I'm pretty
to
sure I
believe
did
that
answer the question. I actually
trans-identified
answered
male
the question
people
time and
perpetrate
time
closer-
again.
Oh, you didn't answer the
Yeah,
question.
I did.
You didn't answer the
I did.
question.
I did.
Do you have any
I
reason?
did.
Yes or no?
I literally
Do you
did.
have any reason? Yes
I'm
or
going
no?
to say it again. There is no evidence, no substantial
Oh, so
evidence
it's
to
not a
support
direct
the
answer to the
claim
question.
that trans women perpetuate same or more violent crimes against women.
It's not a sufficient answer to the question that was posed to you.
No. I mean, you can think it's not sufficient, but that's true.
Well, it's not sufficient because it didn't address the main point of the crux
How many
of the question
trans
that was
women
posed, which
are
was, do you
assaulting
have any
cis
reason?
women on
I'm
a
not going to
daily
answer
basis?
until you answer my question. I'm not
I
going to
did
answer
answer
you
your
until
question.
you answer
I've
mine.
answered your question
You didn't
several
answer my
times.
question. Okay, well, I'll answer yours
Several
with the
times I've
same
answered
degree
your
of
question.
obfuscation.
Sure.
I'll answer yours with the same degree of obfuscation.
try.
Go ahead. What's your question?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. What's your question? I'll answer it with the same degree of obfuscation.
Cool. Great. So I actually don't need you to answer my questions. I just want to let you know I'm talking.
Oh,
for
you're just
fun
going to
at
run
this
away.
point.
Okay.
No.
Well,
I mean, you
could.
heard what
I
the
was
question is. There's no evidence whatsoever that you can give me that shows that trans women are committing violent crimes against women to the same degree or more than cis men against cis women.
Oh, I
Nothing
did give
whatsoever.
you that evidence. And you
We can
muted me.
have
Oh, I did give
we
you
can
that
have
evidence. And you
pieces
muted
of
me in the chat.
evidence that
Oh, I
clearly
did give
show
you that evidence. And you
cis
muted
women
me in the chat.
are perpetuating
Oh,
the
I did give
majority
you
of
that
any
evidence.
kind
And
of
you muted me
crimes
in
on
the
a
chat.
daily basis towards
Oh, wait, I did give
cis
you that
women,
evidence. And
and
you
then
muted me in the
trans
chat.
women are not.
Oh, wait, I did give you that evidence.
No,
but
you did
muted
not.
me in the chat. Oh, wait, I did give you that
You
evidence.
couldn't have
but
possibly
muted
given me
in
that
the chat.
evidence when you didn't even
Oh,
acknowledge
wait, I did
trans
give you
people.
that evidence, but you muted me in the chat instead
I
of
did meet you
reviewing
in
the
chat,
evidence.
actually.
I was muted by one of your moderators.
So then
Do you want
I
to
guess you
unmute
were
me so that I
spamming.
can share with
Yeah,
you the evidence?
you can't spam in the chat. So, bye, guy.
Okay, well, do you want the evidence or do you not want the evidence?
Sure. Go ahead and give me the evidence.
Okay, I will DM you the evidence. Let's go since I'm
I
remuted from
can't
you.
check my DMs on here. You can tell me what.
Okay, well, then you need to unmute me from the chat so I can share with you the evidence.
You can just tell me the name of whatever evidence you have.
Okay, I can read you the link and you can type it out.
Yeah, you can tell me the name of the study that you did.
Oh, well, I can't open my keyboard unless you have me unmuted from your
What do
chat.
you mean you can't open up your keyboard?
I can't click on the comment button on your chat
don't need to
because you
click
have
on
me
the
muted.
comment button.
My
You just need
resources
to
are
tell
in my
me.
keyboard. Yeah, my resources are in the keyboard, so you need to unmute
Yeah,
me.
so these are articles that you would have pulled up from Google, right?
They're not articles. It was empirical evidence.
Articles,
wasn't any kind of
studies,
interpretation.
whatever it may be, it would have a name.
Whatever
to
it may
a
be,
name
it's
that I
not
can
an
put into
article.
Google.
I
What
can
is
give you
it?
the link if you unmute me in chat. Yeah, I can
Give
give
me
you it. It's
the
in my keyboard.
name of it.
I can
Do
give
you
you
not
it
know
if
the
you-
names of your own sources?
They are in my keyboard, which I need to
Right,
be
so
able to
give me the
unmute from
names.
chat to access. I can't access my keyboard on your live stream unless you unmute
literally
me from your
can
chat.
access your keyboard.
I can't.
You
If
can
I click
access
on
your
type, it says your
keyboard in
comment wasn't
Chrome,
posted because you're
in
muted for the
Notes,
entire live.
and several other sources that you have. You were
I'm not going
muted
to leave
because
your
you were
stream.
spamming in the
I'm
chat.
not going to leave your stream to do it. We're
Okay,
engaging
then
in
here we are at a
conversation.
standstill because you literally refuse to give me the name of your sources. Something I would
I'm
imagine
more
you
than
would
happy
know,
to if you unmute me from
especially
your
if
chat,
you
as I
cite this
already
on a
have.
daily basis. You said you had infinite
I'm more
amounts
than
of
happy
evidence,
to give you
but
the
you can't
resources.
name a single one of them.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to give you the resources,
No,
provided
you're
that you
not,
unmute
because
me in
you're
the
not
chat so
giving
that I
it to
can
me.
share them with you.
No, you violated a rule. You were muted, and now you're crying about it. Give me the name of your
The
sources.
rule that I violated was that I was posting evidence
were
to
spamming.
substantiate my claim
You
too
were
quickly.
spamming.
I was posting too much evidence too
You were
quickly.
spamming.
I was posting too
Yeah,
much
yeah.
evidence too
Your
quickly.
job wasn't to spam. Your job was to cite your sources. Sources I could have pulled
There
up
was
and
too
read.
much evidence
I would
that I
have
was
to
muted from the
verify
chat.
your claims.
Muted for too much evidence. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, muted for too much evidence.
Yeah.
That's
So what's
nice.
the name of your source?
Yep, you can just unmute me from your chat and I'll happy to share it with
Oh,
you.
you can't provide it, can you?
Oh, you can't unmute me because I posted too much evidence in your chat.
No,
that
I
you
won't
have to
unmute you
mute
because
me.
you were spamming. Anyways, what's the name
Oh,
of your
you
source?
can't substantiate that you have
Listen,
any
we're
reason
at
to
a point
believe
in
it.
this conversation where I cannot move forward until you give me the name of your source.
And
because
I
at this
cannot give you
point,
the name of the
literally
sources until
have
you
a
unmute me
claim-
from your chat,
a
which is your
claim
choice.
that I cannot
unmute
look
me.
at based off of the fact that you refuse
You
to
could
give
have
me
looked
the
at it
name
if
of
you
your
didn't
source.
mute me from
Every
your chat.
single day I
You
get on
could
this
have looked at
platform,
it
and
if you
every
didn't
single
mute me from
time
the
you
chat.
guys make
You could have
claims,
looked at
I
it
ask
if
you
you
to
didn't
do
mute me
one
from the
thing.
chat.
And the
You
one
could
thing
have
that I
looked at
ask
it
you
if
guys
you
to
didn't
do
mute me from
is
the
to
chat.
give me
You
the
could
name
have
of your
looked at it.
sources.
I
I
literally
pull it
posted
up
too
here
much
on
evidence to
Chrome
the-
or Safari, whatever my preference is,
I posted
and
too
then
much
I
evidence
go
to the
through your
degree
source
where I
to
was muted
verify
from
the
your
claims
chat.
that you guys
I
are
posted too
making.
much evidence
Your
to the degree where
inability
I
to
was
give
muted
me the
from your
name
chat.
of your
I posted
sources,
too much
but you
evidence
just
to
want
the
to
degree where I
spam
was
my
muted
chat
from
and
your
cry
chat.
about getting
I posted
muted
too much evidence
proves
to the
my
degree where I
point.
was
The
muted
fact
from
that
the
you
chat.
took forever to actually address the fact that you were trying to talk shit about trans people and play this word game from the
not trans
beginning
people,
of the
male people.
conversation to now is also proving my
talking about
point.
male people.
That there is
I'm
no
talking about
evidence
male people.
whatsoever that you can give me to
Trans men are
support any
fine.
of
I'm
my
talking about
claims.
male
You're just
people.
trying to make this argument
Oh, I did give you
against
the evidence.
trans
I was
women
muted
once
from the
again.
chat for providing a plethora
Sure.
of information at a rate
So,
that was too quick.
strike one, give me the source, please.
I'm more than happy to.
Strike two, give me the source, please.
I'm more than happy to.
Strike three, you got it?
I'm more than happy to give it to you. You understand?
Trump supporters request up in the box. You're the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321. If you are a Trump supporter who regrets their vote, this live is a safe space for you to come up here and express all the reasons that made you get up off the MAGA plantation. Or if you are a Trump supporter who does not regret your vote and you think he's doing a great job, you can also request up in the box or call in the number on screen, and I can give you several reasons as to why you're wrong. Yeah, I've talked to him before. It's the same arguments. There's some study that he has. That was some like this limited pool, but basically it shows that like trans women had like a similar propensity to violence against women compared to cis men, but it wasn't the same and it wasn't more. And this number would be going off of the few attacks that we've had and then ignoring the propensity or the significant amount of violence that we've seen from cis men, identified cis men, and the crimes that they commit against women. So yeah, we've had this chat before, but he doesn't even know what he's reading from. So there's that. What? At least let him show? That's literally what I was trying to get him to do. I saw him just put a bunch of shit in the comments. What are you saying? Is it citing self-harm? I don't remember if what he was citing was self-harm, but self-harm wouldn't be included in it because that would be not towards another person. That would be towards yourself. So no, that wouldn't be included in the claim. At all. Weatherman, I know you heard the man literally try to bulldoze my live when I asked him simple questions, so I don't know what you're crying about. If you would like to articulate his point, you can request up. And we don't know if those sites would have led to viruses or something. Well, here's the thing. If it was a study, if it was empirical data, he would just say it. That's it. You would just provide it. How do you not know the name of your own sources? How do you not know the name of your own sources? I'm confused. If I'm to say something along the lines of, the breaking report of the Situation Room. Remember the Situation Room meeting that we had last year? It was reported on this year, but the Situation Room that we had last year, where Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and I think it was Susie Wilds, and who else was in it, all had a breakdown over the Epstein files of what was being said, right? You know what my source for that is? The New York Times and the investigative reporter that reported on those claims. That's my source. Bam, look at that. It's easy. I can pull it up. I can tell you the name of the article. Actually, I can't tell you the name of the article, but I can pull it up. I don't remember the exact name of the article, but I can pull it up. It's not hard. Anyway, Stephen, did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
And do you regret your vote?
Absolutely not.
Why is that?
He's done nothing wrong. He's doing what he's supposed to do.
He's done nothing wrong.
Yes.
Nothing.
Yes.
Okay. Would you say if you campaigned off of doing something and then upon getting to the Oval Office, you did the complete opposite, would you consider that a wrong?
No, I wouldn't consider it a wrong.
What would you consider a wrong then?
I would consider a wrong if he's done something that isn't bettering the American people.
Oh. And then would you argue that what he campaigned off of was going to be
What are you
beneficial to the
talking about
American
when
people?
What are you talking about, like the Epstein stuff?
I'm not talking about anything. I'm asking a question. If you said him doing something wrong or not doing something wrong, him doing something right, which would be the opposite of wrong, is something that benefits the American people, correct?
Everything he's done is benefiting the American people.
Correct? Okay, so you're under the belief that everything he's done is beneficial to the American people. Okay, so
Yes.
the things that he would ran off of in 2024, his campaign promises, which would have then been implemented some way, somehow, into EOs or law after January 20th, 2025, would be him doing things that are beneficial to the country. The reasons you voted for him, correct?
Sure.
Okay, then. So, do you remember when Donald Trump said he was going to lower energy prices by 50% in the first 6 months?
I do remember that, yes.
What has Donald Trump done to lower those energy prices?
Are you going to eat your words when this war's
what
over and
data-
energy prices are
And what
dropped?
data could you show me to support the claim?
Stop spewing
that he
lies,
lowered?
bro.
What lie did I?
Stop
what lie
spewing
did I
lies. He's
spew?
done nothing wrong. He's
What
a
lie
good
did I
president.
spew?
Yeah, I don't understand.
I literally
He's
just
a good
told you what
president,
he
man.
said. What lie did I spew?
I'm telling you he's a good president.
I know
Everyone
what you're
can see
telling
he's a
me,
good
but you made a
president. Yeah, that's
specific
fine.
claim. What lie did I
Yeah,
spew?
Okay. Why is he not a good president?
Dude,
Why
hold
should
on,
I
hold on,
regret
hold on,
my
sir,
vote? No,
sir.
answer the question.
Sir,
This is what's wrong
sir,
with you
you
debaters that
literally
come on
have yet
here.
to answer
You
mine.
get challenged and you can't give a response.
You're not
Why should I
challenging
regret
anything.
my vote?
You
I
literally
just asked you
contested
twice,
something that I
and
said.
you
You
can't
said that I
answer.
lied.
Why should I regret
Sir,
my
you
vote?
said that I lied on the first thing that
Why
I
should
said.
I regret my vote?
You have several reasons.
And
I have
for your chat,
sir,
I'm not a caller.
I am
Your
more
admin
than
asked
happy.
me to join.
I am more.
I didn't request.
You accepted the invite.
Yeah, but he requested me. I
The
didn't
moderator
request to
sent
join
an
you.
invite. You accepted the invite.
So tell your
You
chat that's how it
consented
works
to it.
here. Your moderators request,
You
and then we
consented
accept.
to the invite
We
by
didn't
accepting
request.
it.
Okay, just to clarify that. We didn't request to come here. You asked me to sit.
Consented to the invite
Okay.
you were sent
Okay.
by accepting it. Hence why you're on the
Why
panel.
should I regret
There's
my
no
vote?
way that I could force you to be up on this
Why
panel with
should
me.
I regret
Shout
my
out to
vote?
the Joey Raiders. Thank you so much. So once again,
Why should I regret my
I am
vote?
going to answer your question. Did you hear what I said? I'm going to answer your question. But you said that I lied. You said stop spewing lies.
It's not
What did I lie
colonizing, it's
about
conquering.
when
There's
I
a
made
difference, but go
one
ahead.
claim? What did I lie
You
about
sit here and
when I made
spew
one
lies.
claim?
I've scrolled your
Because I've
live
spewed
multiple
lies. Okay,
times.
so the only claim you've heard me make, literally within the
No,
last couple
I've
of
heard it
minutes,
in the past.
was that
No,
Donald
okay.
Trump said he was going to lower the prices of energy by 50% in 6 months. Are you contesting
sure,
the
he
fact
did say
that he
he
said
did
that?
lie about that? Yes, he did say that, and he did not do that. Yes,
so then,
you are right.
how did I lie by citing his words?
How would that make me want to regret my vote?
I didn't say it does.
Okay,
I'm just
that's
saying.
what your
I'm now
prompt
asking you,
says.
how did I lie by citing what he said?
It wasn't just that lie. That's not what I'm talking about you
Okay,
lie. You
tell me a
spew
lie
lies
then.
on your live.
Tell me a lie then.
I just sat here listening to your Epstein argument.
What was my Epstein argument?
Is Donald Trump in the Epstein files?
Yes.
How many times?
What is it?
36,000
30
times.
some thousand?
How many times of that is him being accused of assault?
Accused? A few times.
Yes.
I don't know the specific number.
And literally 4 pages later, they say those claims are false. Investigated
they?
by Joe Biden's administration.
Joe Biden's
The
administration.
FBI, under Joe Biden's administration, they investigated the claims that are in the documents. 4 pages later, it says they're false.
Okay. False or unsubstantiated?
If they are unsubstantiated, does that mean he's guilty?
No, him covering them up would imply some form of guilt, I would argue.
Then why did Joe Biden wait?
Also,
If the investigation was done under Joe
Am I
Biden,
missing
how did
something?
he cover them up?
Chat. Those of you who have been here for the start of the live 45 minutes ago, when did we talk about Epstein? What am I missing? When did I mention Epstein? Like before we carry on with the Epstein conversation, I just wanted to double check this. I don't remember talking about Epstein this live. I don't remember getting there at all. He said I mentioned Epstein. So I guess you lurk in my previous lives where I absolutely have talked about Donald Trump's implication in the files and his obstruction of justice with the releases, 6,000%.
How does America
But I
work?
want to make something
Are you
clear.
innocent until
You
proven
went
guilty
back
in
to my
America?
other lives, I guess, and
Yeah,
other claims
yeah.
that I've made, and you still have yet to prove
because
those
you spew
wrong.
lies. Like I said, you spew
Okay,
lies.
and the lie that I spewed is that Donald Trump would be implicated in the Epstein files.
You spew lies. Did he
Okay,
do
would
anything
that be
wrong
a
when
lie?
it comes to the Epstein files?
Yes, obstructed their release.
How did he obstruct the release? He's the only president that was willing to release them.
Because the Epstein Transparency Act required him to release all of the files within 30 days, which the argument can be made that's impossible, so be it. Save the victims' names. The very first thing his department did is out victims. JD Vance is
So I
on
have a
record.
question.
Hold on, almost done. JD Vance
Yep.
is on record saying that the reason why some of the victims' names were released because they were also the perpetrators. These
I agree.
women
Do you
at the
believe someone
time,
being blackmailed,
these
whether right or
women at
wrong?
the time would have been
Hold on.
little girls, and any implication of
I
sex
agree.
crimes committed against other women would be because they were forced to as minors.
Okay, so if you were blackmailed and did not commit any acts towards a minor, but you were blackmailed because of your knowing or friendship with this person, would you not consider that person to be a victim?
If you say that if you were blackmailed,
So
do
I'll
something.
use Donald Trump for instance. Donald Trump was friends with Epstein until 2005. He has been blackmailed multiple times now, saying that he was molesting children with Epstein at the island. Yet we know
no,
he
it was
broke.
not blackmail.
No.
You would talk about allegations.
Okay, it's blackmail.
No, it's allegations.
Did you not? I can tell you didn't even read the files.
Yeah, I mean
The
I
end of
did
the
read
files,
several pages.
right around the end of, right before the 20. No, you didn't. What were they communicating in 2015 in the blackmail or in the emails?
Jeffrey Epstein, I know in several emails with, I forgot the name of the individual.
He was
were
asking
talking
how
about-
to stop Donald Trump from being president.
Yes.
Why, if
Jeffrey
they're best
Epstein
friends,
wanted
why would
to
he do
hurt
that?
Donald Trump's political career.
Why would he want to do that?
Why would he want to do that? Because they had a beef.
Yeah. Why they had beef?
Why they have beef? There's
Yeah.
several reasons. I think the one
Because
that's
he's
most
the guy
publicly
that
known,
told everyone he was a creep.
the one that most publicly
It's in the
known
files, my
is
guy.
the
Read them.
real estate, the land deal that they had.
No. It didn't start till 2005 when he snitched on him.
That I'm
Read
sorry.
the files, my
Donald
guy.
Trump did not snitch on Jeffrey Epstein. What are you talking
Yes, he did. What do you didn't read the files, bros? I could
about? When
tell.
did Donald Trump snitch on Epstein?
Okay, I'll give you the exact date. Hold on.
Well, I would just need the claim and the snitch. I would appreciate that.
Yeah, I can. He did snitch.
Okay, sure. Hey, I'm ready to be proven
It
wrong.
was in July of 2006.
July 2000.
It's in the disclosure of the Epstein files
What does it say in the disclosure?
that he went to the Palm Beach police chief, Michael Redder, and told him that Epstein was a creep and molesting people, and I'm glad you're stopping him.
What are the words on that?
I don't understand why you can't go look this up, my guy. Don't sit here and spew
You said you
Democrat
saw
lies.
it in the files. You said you saw it in the files.
Mhm.
I'm
Who do
willing.
you vote for?
I'm willing to pull up this document. Okay. What document?
I'm betting
is
you're
this?
one of those type of people that went to the Epstein files and just searched his name and seen it showed up 36,000 times.
No, actually. But anyways, I
Oh.
need you to
Did
give
you
me
read
the
the
name
files?
of that document.
You didn't
All of
even
them?
know that
Fuck
he
no.
did this.
No, I did not. Well, you haven't
You
proven
didn't
that
even
he
know
did
that he
this.
did.
You just made a
Okay,
claim.
is it
Something
proven
that's
that
been
he did
touted around by
anything
the Trump
wrong?
administration. Hold on. Why are we pivoting,
It's
sir? No. Hold
it's
on.
not pivoting.
Hold
It's
on.
not pivoting. You
Right now,
spew lies like
right now,
all Democrats do
right now, we're
to try
on
to win your base.
Sir. Why are you moving from the topic?
No.
Right now, we're
It's
talking
not
about
moving from
the
the topic.
FBI
Stop
or
spending
police
lies.
agent, right? The police that he would have went to in July of 2005, correct?
It was July 2006. Michael
Excuse me,
Retter is
July
the
of
police
2006.
chief.
Michael Reiter.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And you said you're reading from a Epstein document that
Yes.
he snitched on him.
He did multiple times.
Okay. Tell me what page that is.
I'm not going to sit here and look back through the files and find you the page.
So you
I'm
didn't
sorry.
go through the file. So where did
No,
you see that
if
he
you're
snitched
going
on
to
him?
sit here and spew rhetoric, you should probably do your evidence.
Sir, I have no problem doing to do research, to due diligence.
No,
Excuse
you
me.
clearly do.
My guy,
you clearly
you made a
do.
claim.
You're a Democrat talking point.
My guy, you made
You're
a claim.
lying. You're
You
a
literally
Democrat
just
talking
confirmed
point.
it. Sir, you just looked at something to confirm it. What did you look at?
It's just a quick Google. That's all I had to do. I just
Quick
Googled
Google.
it.
Okay, what did you
A
put
quick
into Google?
BBC even talks about it, and that's
Yeah, what did you put into Google?
left-leaning.
My guy, here's what we're going to do. We're doing this together. I want to know exactly what you put into Google. I'm going to do it here too. What did you put into Google?
I'm not going to give you tips on how to look things up. Use
No, it's
your
not
brain
tips on
and
how to
do
look
it
things up.
yourself.
I know how to look
It
things
is.
up.
It
You
is,
said
but you don't.
No, because I don't have to use your wording. You said that
That's
you
crazy.
just looked it up and
You're
found
the
this
problem, my
document.
guy. You're
So
the
I
problem.
need you to tell me what you looked up.
Spreading lies, my guy.
I'm not. You're the one who's been
You're a
able to
Democrat
you've been
talking
unable
point
to
that-
prove what you've said. So I need
What do
you
you
to
mean?
tell
I
me
just
what
proved
you're
it.
reading.
Okay, let
You
me
said
ask
you
you a
just did a
question.
quick Google search. That would be an AI
Okay.
overview, correct?
Okay, no, it wasn't an AI.
You did
I went
read
to
an
the third
AI
link.
overview?
It's BB. It's no, I said no. It's
You said
the third link,
BBC.
BBC.
What is the
BBC.
name of the BBC article?
Sure, I got you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Did he do something wrong at the Epstein Island?
I just need you to.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That makes sense. The name of the article is "Ex-Police Chief Said Trump Told Him in 2006 Everyone Knew of Epstein's Behavior." Just Google that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And you read in
Yeah.
this document that he snitched on Epstein?
The document is a written record in 2019 of an FBI interview with the former Palm Beach police chief who alleges Trump called him after the department launched an investigation into Epstein and said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone knew what he was been doing."
Okay,
It's
cool.
not a lie. It's real.
So the date here that you
Stop
have,
lying.
the date you have here is February the 10th, 2026, correct?
What?
February the 10th of
Say that again.
2026 would be the BBC article that you're referencing, correct?
Yep.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure we're on the same source. Okay, cool. And Donald Trump's words were, "Thank goodness you're stopping them," right?
Yep.
Okay. Question for you. If Donald Trump is thanking someone for stopping someone,
Oh, let's hear
how
your
is that
twisted story.
snitching?
Come on.
No, it has to twist it. You said you read this.
Why
You
do
said
you-
you read this verbatim.
I did.
So my
Why do you
question
kick
to
him out of
you
Mar-a-Lago?
is, where in
Why do you
this
kick him out of
article,
Mar-a-Lago?
where in this
You're
article,
lying.
you're pivoting now.
Stop.
That's embarrassing.
I'm just going to leave.
Where in this
You're
article
lying.
does it say that he snitched?
Your entire chat needs to know you're lying.
Where in this
You're a
article does he say
Democrat
this?
talking
Dude,
point.
I'm reading it.
You're a Democrat
Dude, I'm reading your
talking
article.
point.
Hey, I'm reading your article. Where does it say here that he snitched? Did he run?
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Really quickly, guys. I got some feedback the other day that said that I'm too aggressive and I'm too cutthroat and whatever. So the reason why I decided to go down this long-winded road of having him actually prove shit that I know is dead fucking wrong is to prove the point. It's just to prove a point. Because if I decide to cut it orally, tell him he's wrong, pull it up myself, debunk it, then, everyone would say I'm too mean, I'm too cutthroat, and da-da-da. So I'm playing this long game now, where you say something very specific, and then I ask you to prove the very specific thing that you said. He said, first off, he said in the Epstein files. Notice how we went from in the Epstein files to documents. So we went from in the Epstein files to there's an article showing that Donald Trump snitched on Jeffrey Epstein. Snitching would imply that Donald Trump's personal information contributed to the investigation and the inevitable arrest of Jeffrey Epstein. Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone knew he was a bad guy. Isn't snitching. That is you congratulating the department that did their job without your input, without your assistance. And him saying, thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone knew he was a bad guy would imply that he knew as well. It would literally imply that Donald Trump knew that he was molesting girls and said absolutely nothing about it. That's what you will find. In any case, Hell Hogan, did you vote for Trump?
Hello, brother. I got a question for you. You still supporting the DSA after his old Ron Mom Donnie went on Fox News talking about abolishing the presidency and the Senate?
What?
Do you see Zoe Ron on Fox News?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
What did he say on Fox News?
Well, I don't know. They were talking something about abolishing the Senate and
What do you mean, well, you don't know? You just made a claim. What do you mean, well, you don't know? You just said he went on Fox News talking about abolishing the presidency and the Senate. And now you're going, well, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's their...
It is crazy
their
how
platform.
asking these guys simple questions tears apart their entire argument. Okay. So the DSA's platform, or as part of their platform, I believe they are talking about abolishing the Senate. That is a long-term goal of the DSA. That is correct.
Correct.
Where
Yeah.
did Zohran Mamdani say that he supports abolishing the presidency?
I don't know if he did specifically, but there is a faction of the DSA,
So you lied.
and no, I didn't lie. I mean,
You
that's
did lie.
that you're right. That may be a stretch. That may not be his position specifically, but I'll still argue that there is
So
a
do
faction
DSA
of the
candidates wanna abolish
DSA
the
that wants to
presidency?
move. I'm sorry.
Do
Yeah,
DSA
well, there's
candidates
a
want to abolish the
faction.
presidency? Hold on. I'm
Correct,
claiming
correct.
dead
There's a
ignorance on
faction.
this. I'm claiming dead ignorance
there
on
is.
this. Is the
That's okay, that's
DSA
okay.
platform to abolish the presidency?
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain, right? There is a faction
Thank
within
you
the
guys for the gifts.
DSA called the Marxist Unity Group,
Thank you, Chaos, for the shell of a warrior.
right? And they want to move the country into full-fledged communism as their stated
Hold
goal
on.
on their website.
You said something about a Marxist faction.
Correct. Marxist Unity Group within the DSA.
There's a Marxist unity group.
That's correct.
Is that AOC?
It's about 51% of the DSA. I don't know all the
Is that
names of the
AOC?
people
Is
that are in
that
that.
Bernie Sanders? Is that which one of the DSA candidates?
Again, I don't know all the
recognizable,
names
that's
that
what
are
it
in
is.
that particular faction. But if you look at other candidates like Plattner, or who they replaced him with, Troy Jackson. Troy Jackson was a former Republican. He was pro-life.
I'm
He
sorry,
was
is Troy Jackson
anti-LGBT.
a Marxist that wants to abolish the
He's a
presidency?
part of the DSA. He's the guy that
Troy
DSA
Jackson is a
replaced
DSA.
Plattner with.
Hold on. Troy
Yes, sir. He's in Maine. He's the guy that they
Is
replaced
Troy
Plattner with.
Jackson, a DSA member. Da-da-dum.
But he has a history of voting Republican, right?
No,
So
Troy Jackson is not a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. You lied
is that
again.
not, are you sure about that?
Yeah, I am actually.
He was endorsed by Bernie Sanders, though. He may not be.
Getting,
He is-
getting endorsed by people means that you are that person and you have their affiliations? Hold on. Are you saying endorsements indicate that you are with and for that faction?
I would say that faction supports you.
Not the other way around.
Well, I don't know.
You
if
don't
he
know.
supports them.
Would you say that the faction that supports you is an indicator to some degree, we can argue the degree later, is an indicator to some degree of your policies and your positions?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Got you. Would you say a faction endorsing you, that faction's belief system, is some form of an indicator, little or big, of your policies and your leanings?
Yes and no, right?
Yes and no.
I think there's, like you said, some kind of.
I want to
varying
actually
degree to
compliment
it.
you. I actually want to compliment you because you're starting to be a lot more unsure with your answers, and I appreciate that. It means you're actually thinking. Because initially you came up just saying some bullshit, but now you're actually processing your words before you get put in a corner. I appreciate that. So the reason why you probably don't want to go down that route is because I would agree with you in the yes or no, as it could be and it couldn't, depending on, the things. Obviously, people get endorsements that they can turn down, that they can deny, or some people, based off the endorsement, can say, hey, we appreciate this person's position, but we may not always ID or align with them, such as Katie Hochul, governor of New York City. She does not align with Zohar Mamdani in any way, shape, or form, but she endorsed him, right? And they have their disagreements behind the scenes. Shout out to her for growing as a person. The reason why I was trying to ask you that question is because David Duke endorsed the president of the United States currently. Did you know that?
Correct. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, none of the AOC, DSA candidates that we have running in any seat right now are Marxists. DSA here in the United States, this current form of it, is literally still upholding capitalism. It's not in any way, shape, or form a worker owning the production kind of party. This just puts more restrictions on the uncapped capitalism that we have here in the United States. And Troy Jackson, while he identifies as more so a progressive populist, is not a DSA member.
That's fair. And you're right. I may have made that assumption just because I thought that the DSA replaced him, replaced Plattner with him. And so that's my bad. I might have
Plattner
got
was
that
also
wrong.
not a DSA candidate.
Are you sure about that? I could have sworn he was.
No.
Okay. All right. Well,
Oop, I'm late. W's in the chat to Nishan for the $1 Cash App. What up, though, bro? What's up going on, Nishan? I hope you're doing well. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Ren for the $2 Venmo. Good evening, boss. These guests are particularly challenged in the area of general knowledge and comprehension. They're stupid today. Good luck, love. Thank you so much, Ren. I appreciate your support. And W's in the chat to Darius for the $5 Venmo. Ask him how does he feel about David Duke and Darius. Darius, we here, bro. We here. Yeah. He wised up on that one. W's in the chat to you, Darius. I appreciate your support. Guys, the best way to support the platform is going to be links in the bio. If you want to support me, say hi to my cute face, or just overall you enjoy what we're doing here, please feel free to hit up the links in the bio at Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. Those of you on the YouTube side, hit the like button on the stream, subscribe, and turn on notification bells. And if you want to support the platform, super chat, super sticker, or consider becoming a member. Back to you, guys. So I really want to get back to my prompt here because you kind of didn't address it at all. I felt that was kind of rude. Do you regret your vote for Donald Trump?
I don't vote. I'm not a big voter. I don't really think it makes much of a difference, dude.
You're trying to argue with me about party politics, but you don't vote.
Well, you see, this MUG faction had been brought to my attention, and it's just a bit of a concern to me because I'm not real big into communism.
But you don't vote. So even if communism was on the ballot, you wouldn't.
If communism was on the ballot, I
would
probably vote against it, right?
Is that not the entire rhetoric of the Republican Party, that we have communists on the ballot that just run off of socialism, and your vote would then be curbing communism in the form of socialists?
Socialism is a little bit scary too, but it's not as concerning to me as full blown communism.
So you're open to socialism, but communism, no.
Right, that's correct.
Interesting. Very interesting. So what do you think communism is? I'm curious.
Communism, which definition are you looking? You want the Merriam-Webster about authoritarianism, or do you want the stateless, classless, moneyless society?
I would say that's more accurate. The Merriam
definition,
that's
or
the maybe
theory
even
of it,
the
but
Oxford definition.
The applied history of it is a little bit different.
Oh, for certain. Communism implied in the majority of, or I would say all places that it's been implemented, has been authoritarian, which would inherently not make it communist. Do you watch Nick Shirley by any chance?
Yeah, I've seen some of his stuff. He's a funny guy. I don't know if I take him too seriously though.
I absolutely would not, because I think Nick Shirley's an independent journalist for stupid people. So he went over to Cuba and he did this entire segment about Cuba where he tried to And I'm not defending Cuba's government. Fuck Cuba's government. However, he misrepresented the hell out of it. And one of the most fascinating things that I found about his interview was that when he asked Cubans on the ground, I'm surprised he didn't edit this out. When he asked Cubans on the ground if they're in a communist country, if this is communism, they would literally say, no, this isn't communism. They said people say we're run off of communism, but ultimately this is not actually communism. That was the biggest takeaways from Nick Shirley's Cuba video, that actual people living under communist regimes do not consider it communism. So with that being said, I wanted you to tell me what your understanding of communism is.
Well, again, I mean, I do understand that the idea behind it is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. And I mean, that's just the idea of it. I can't really argue with people's feelings on communism, but the applied history of it has been very oppressive and authoritarian.
6,000%.
There have been work camps, gulags, there have been re-education camps, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. And nothing about the socialists currently running on any seat is communist. Also, we have literally no communist candidates running anywhere. I would argue even the DSA wouldn't allow them to get that far. So if communism is your concern, then you have absolutely nothing to worry about. And that's also, like the comment just said, that's not communism. Secondly, ultimately, if you don't vote and communism does try to rear its head around, or better yet, it is rearing its head around under the guise of these democratic socialists and the Marxist faction that you're talking about, you would be encouraging it by not participating in voting.
That's fair. That's fair. I see what you're saying. I see what you're getting at.
Yeah. You enjoy the rest of your day, bud. W's in the chat to Terry for the $20 Venmo. Because Hector said so. Hi, Terry. I know exactly what community you're from now. Enjoying your live and love how you make facts blush. It's one of my favorite things to do. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for making me blush. W's in the chat to you. I appreciate your support. Let's get the next guest up in here in the box. I think Danny's a friendly. Is it glitching? Is it glitching, Mel? Shaggy, did you vote for Trump?
I did. Yeah. How you doing today, boss?
Doing all right. Do you regret your vote?
To a degree, yeah.
To a degree, yeah. But if it's going to follow up with an ultimately no, we can just say no.
No, not ultimately. No. In the end, yes, I do.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, first one of his biggest campaign things was no new wars. That was a big first part of that campaign. It directly affects me.
Request right back up. I'm going to drop you. Request right back up.
Yeah, no, you're.
I'm trying to fix that glitch. I see what you guys are talking about. Yeah, now it's gone. That's so weird. It's so weird how that happens. All right, let me get him back up here. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
You are all good, boss. I was talking about no new wars. How his war with Iran, even though we've been in war with Iran before in a lot of our lifetimes, so it's not technically a new war from what I've heard. But regardless, I still find a new war inside his candidacy, and it directly affects me with our gas prices and everything. Also, direct consumerism, and that's something I do not like. I do, however, think that it could have happened regardless, given our time frame. Regardless if Kamala Harris was the president of the United States at this current moment, I think it was an inevitable, but it's still something that he campaigned against and still didn't fall through with.
I would just agree with the belief that it would have been inevitable under Kamala Harris, because I think they would have continued on with the negotiations that they attempted to do under Biden. Not to mention, historically, Democrats have a better negotiating job with Iran than the Republican Party. So no, I would disagree with that. I don't think it would have been the same thing under Kamala Harris.
Absolutely.
I think the negotiations that we were literally doing on February 26th would have carried on to the next week as scheduled. But then Donald Trump negotiated with them on the February the 26th and then blew them to hell on the 28th, said we were planning to blow them up the entire time. So no, I don't think by any means that an individual that would have been appointed over the Department of Defense, which is now the Department of War, would have been like Pete Hegseth and supported that action. But no, the war in Iran, I would say, was a really good reason, because quite literally, One of the most appealing things about the Trump administration that even the most staunch Democrats could have been okay with is the fact that, at least under his first term, he didn't directly get involved in any wars or start any wars of that nature. And then he kind of walked it back in like 2 seconds. So
100%. No, we could always agree on that. Like for the Kamala Harris thing too, that's always something that can be up to. What did I say?
Kamala. Common mispronunciation. It's Kamala.
Oh, I don't mean. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, it's all speculation on that point. But I think you could be 100% right in your take on that as well.
For
Next very big thing.
Oh, the other thing. Got it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, the next thing, it's how we are becoming more of Israel's a defender.
Oops.
More, what?
No,
what I do?
Saying the quiet part out loud. No, go ahead.
Well, I mean, it is the quiet part out loud. Absolutely, we are
it's the truth.
100%. Exactly. We are 100% becoming their bestest friends when they have no history of giving us the greatest intentions. I mean, you can look at for the past 60 years, very individual, like there's individual standpoints out there. The USS Liberty could be one of them, but that's one of the big cases that people like to point out. But they do not have our best interest in mind, and we seem to just be giving them everything that they ask for. I mean, we haven't taken back any amount of our quote unquote donations to Israel. Giving them, it's just, I think it's plain ridiculous. He was 100% going for the America first.
God bless you.
When he was going
Erica for the Rose Bear.
Yeah, you're all good. He was campaigning on America first. That was a big thing that people were kind of upset about. And then he first started kind of doing it and then just completely circumvented. Same with like the new wars thing. He's just been taking back everything that he kind of ran on. And it's there. Of course, there was all the red flags. And I'll say when I did vote for him, it was my first election. I was 18. I thought I knew it all. And just every day, it's just getting worse and worse, to be honest with you.
My question to you is,
yeah,
what are you doing about it now?
I don't know what I can do. I don't know what I can be doing about it now, to be honest with you.
You're aware of the fact that we are in a midterm election, you're right?
Yeah, we are in a midterm election. The only downside to the midterm election, I recently moved to a new state. I haven't switched over my residency over here yet. So it's between these two states, which I can either fly back to where I originally lived and try to vote in for an already blue state, or coming back to this currently red state that I do live in and
check your options for a limited ballot. That's something I did not know about when I moved recently, beginning of the year. Granted, this could be different because I moved from a different county to county. So it could be different going state to state. But check your options for like a limited ballot, because I believe they will have or could have. Oh, you're in a red state, so maybe not anymore. But there may be an option.
That'd be a big point about it too. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So, but yeah, check your options for that. Pretty sure there's gonna be a way around it. But yeah, just obviously registering in your new county. That's gonna be your permanent place of residence, and I would say get that done as soon as possible. Because mind you, guys, remember when 2 months ago I told you guys I had to actually update my address on my voter registration? It's been over 2 months. I still do not have my new and updated document. Here in Texas, it's 2 months. They have not sent me my new one. So election integrity is suppression here in this godforsaken state. Anyways, yeah, I would just say check your options. Check your options for that because one, you have a bunch of fucking time. It's August, September, October, November.
Yeah, we don't. I got. Yeah, for sure. I do have plan. I plan on getting it switched over here within the month, or like within August is when I plan on getting it all switched over. So I'll definitely have plenty of time to do it. Just right now, I don't have a lot of options when it comes to trying to change what I voted for.
Yeah. Most we can do is again with the vote, and every single person who does not identify as a maggot, I would say that should be your first pick and your only pick.
Oh, 100%. When I voted for him, I was very against the whole rest of the MAGA train that was going on. because there was a new form of ridiculousness when it came to those who were.
Calling on the line. Hold for one moment while I wrap up with this.
Yeah, you are all good.
Sorry, go ahead.
You are all good, boss. I was against the majority of with the voters who were so just hell bent on Trump. However, I think I was more indoctrinated not to like Harris, and I mean I feel bad enough. I feel man enough to say that it's very prevalent back then how divided the country was on that topic, you know, and just the cherry picking was crazy. It was crazy.
You're not a maggot. You're not.
Absolutely not. No, I think I do not like him as a person. I don't like him as a president. He is by far worse than Joe Biden ever was. Hell, I wish we had Joe Biden when Joe Biden was a prime president. I just think him being how old he is, and especially now Trump being older than Joe Biden is.
I think we would all agree with that. Yeah.
I 100% believe the second term Trump is most definitely one of the worst presidents of our lifetimes.
6,000%. Hey man, I appreciate you coming up. I appreciate you telling your story. Thank you very much for that. And yeah, stay on top of your voting thing. Get that updated as much as possible, and we'll see what we can curb until 2028. But thank you so.
You already know, boss. I just hope we get two real good candidates. You know, ones that I don't feel so divided on picking between. Ones that run not on not on yelling at other people and putting other people down, but on actual policies that they stick to. You know,
6,000%.
That's all I can hope for.
I think the Democratic primary in 2020 had 29 people. I want to see fucking 40. I actually don't want to see that much. It could be a little confusing, but essentially, I can
say the same for the Republican side. No, I hope we have not just geriatric people and people who actually care about it, care about more of their influence rather than policies. That's all I could hope for.
Yeah. 6,000%, man. You take it easy. Thank you for coming.
You too, boss. I was great talking to you, buddy.
You as well.
Bye-bye.
You know how I know he's not a piece of shit? You know how I know he's not a piece of shit? One, he didn't get in his feelings when I just said Kamala, because I don't know why people think when we correct the mispronunciation that we're attacking them. Two, what happened the second time you referenced her? He said Harris. He's not a piece of shit. He's an all right guy. W's in the chat to y'all. W's in the chat to him. Let's go on to the next guest. Calling on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
And do you regret your vote?
Absolutely not.
Why is that?
Why should I?
No.
You tell me why I should regret my vote.
Sure. I would give several reasons. I think Donald Trump has shown that he, quite frankly, does not respect the Constitution and would use it as toilet paper versus actually enforcing its laws.
Well, that's just conjecture. What exactly do you mean by use of the Constitution as toilet paper?
I'll start with three. When it comes to the First Amendment, I think Donald Trump has been challenging that directly with his executive.
How?
Yeah, I'm getting to it. With executive order that he passed, where he tried to.
Which one?
Let me get that specific number for you. But this is an executive order that he passed in regards to the American flag, where he tried to lock up people for up to a year. And that was blocked by a court. But he tried to lock up people for up to a year for burning the American flag. He quite literally said,
so do you like
we took
burning the
freedom
American
of speech
flag?
away.
Is that what you're saying?
Do
you like burning the American flag?
I'm indifferent. So long as it's not anyone's property, I don't really care.
That's pretty sad, but go on.
I don't know what's sad about it.
Well, essentially you're burning a flag that represents your nation, your country. Don't you think that's reprehensible?
No, I don't.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
For one,
anyways,
people who understand the history of this country, the accurate history of this country, and the harm that we've caused domestically and abroad, I think that's a viable or valid reason to hate the United States.
What
people who do not like the direction of the country under Trump, they can express their positions on that.
Before you start going off in a diatribe, let me just ask you a question. What exactly are you talking about? What harm we've actually caused domestically and abroad?
American imperialism, how we've literally destabilized other countries for our benefit.
How do we
under Democrats and Republicans specifically? We can
You
talk
need
about
to
what
go
we did to
into
Cuba.
facts
We can
here.
talk about the fallout that contributed to the 1979. Well, hold on. Am I mixing up the hostage situation? 1979 or 81? It's
I
between
don't know. You tell me.
1979 and
Yeah.
1981. We had the hostage situation. We can talk about
Whose fault was
domestically
that?
Americans upholding of chattel slavery
Hold
specifically
on,
against
hold on,
African
hold on. Let me
Americans.
ask you a real quick question. Do you think we're America's to blame for 9/11?
Do I think America's to blame for 9/11?
Yeah. Do you think it's our fault that we had
I don't necessarily
19 guys
blame.
fly our airplanes into the Twin Towers?
I'm not going to like blame a country
You're
for a
going
terrorist
right into that.
attacks
You're basically
that happen in their
saying
country. What I can say is that the United States, and I'm not specifically, I'm not. Let me be super duper clear. I am not the most articulate when it comes to intricate details about 9/11. What I can say is that many things the United States has done, and then other countries having spite against us for those things, is valid.
Name one.
I'm not going to say we warranted
Name one
a
thing
terrorist
that we've
attack,
done as a
especially when
country
the
that
people that are
actually
dying are
justifies.
just citizens.
Hold on. Name one thing that we have done as a country that actually justifies something happening to us like 9/11.
I would have already answered that question basically by saying there is nothing I necessarily think a country can do to justify a terrorist attack on citizens. What I can say is that some things can be,
Well, you can't have it
I can
both ways.
understand the perspective and even say some things could have been inevitable. But even then, I'm not going to justify terrorism.
You're not?
No.
Well, that's refreshing. I'm glad you don't justify terrorism, but you're still saying if it wasn't for America, acts of terrorism wouldn't happen to us for things that we've done in the past. So I'm just trying to figure out exactly
I didn't
what
say
we've
that.
done in the past as America.
When did I say
Now,
that?
I'm not saying America's perfect. I'm not saying the United States is perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But what is it about your country that you live in that actually gives you all the freedoms, and in addition to the freedom of speech that you have to basically degrade our country?
Easy.
What is it that's so bad?
Because someone
about
like Donald
America?
Trump can be elected, which I would argue goes against the amendment concerning insurrections
What
or people who've
amendment?
given aid to terrorism, is that someone like Donald Trump can be elected and do
You're
so
going
much
off on all
damage
these
and
tangents
literally
here. Let's
start
bring it
setting the
back.
country back to before the Civil Rights Act was passed in a year and a half. I would say those
Okay,
are
let's-
justifiable
You're
reasons as to
going off on
why
a
I do not
diatribe
like this
again.
country
Let's
right
bring
now.
it back. Hold on, bring it back here, bring it back. Okay, so you hate America because
I didn't say I hate America.
Elected
Those
Donald
words
Trump.
never came out of my mouth.
Well, you don't have to say it. I mean, you obviously.
I don't
feel
hate
that
America.
way.
There's a lot of things I
You
hate,
don't?
and if I hated America, I would say it. Because I think
Okay.
America is a country that's mostly run by people. I can hate the people that I believe is destroying America,
Okay.
but the idea of America in and of itself, I have no contention with.
You have no feelings about America whatsoever.
If you if you listen to what I said, you would
I
not have
do
asked
listen to
that
what
question.
you say.
I'm going to say it
I'm
again.
just trying to.
The
I'm just
idea
trying
of
to
America in and of itself, I have no problem with. America is ran by a government with people in it.
Mhm.
And I very
Yeah,
much
it's
hate
big.
the people that are setting this country back to before the Civil Rights Act was passed.
How so?
How so? We can talk about the Supreme Court ruling with 3 of Donald Trump's picks, gutting Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. We can talk about them not being consistent with their asylum claims and the recent rulings we saw in that regard that say you can come here and you can go to a port of entry to claim asylum and still be turned down. And this is not based off of, say, metering when we have a influx or a capacity, a maximum capacity, because we have no law for that. We can talk about how one president can come in and have ICE agents get masked up and start to commit violent acts towards American citizens and undocumented migrants alike. People who have killed American civilians are being protected by these institutions with no prosecutions taking place. The DOJ is no longer investigating DHS for the crimes that their employees may commit. That's something that was recently put out. I have issues with all
Wait a
of that.
minute. You wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I
you
said
like-
may
you think
because
the
in the
DHS
future, any crimes
you
that they
think-
commit,
no,
DHS
stop,
would
stop,
not investigate.
Stop. Hold
And then
on
there's the
here,
ones they
hold
already
on.
have done.
Whoa,
Yeah.
stop. Hey, time out.
Uh-huh.
You can't prosecute somebody for a crime that they may commit.
Yeah. So hold on.
Okay.
Let me be clear. The DOJ, not ruling, I guess memo, says that they will no longer investigate crimes that DHS may have committed. They were leaving it up to DHS. They were doing it internally. That's ridiculous for several reasons. One, that means that the government department can't investigate another government department for future crimes. Two, previous crimes that we've seen, present crimes, are also not being investigated by the Department of Justice. And let me be clear, Jonathan Ross killing Renee Nicole Good, the individuals who specifically shot Alex Preddy point blank in his back, laying on the ground, those folks are not being investigated, so on, so forth.
So the fact that Renee Good tried to run over an ICE agent with her car.
She didn't. Jonathan Ross's own camera footage proves that wrong.
Come on, it's on the video there. Look,
yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Jonathan Ross's own phone camera.
Whether she intentionally tried to run him over or not is irrelevant. You are using.
Yes, the intention is very relevant, actually.
Hold on, I'd listen to you. Why don't you listen to me first?
You said the intention is irrelevant. The intention is relevant.
Well, first
the intention is the entire basis for quote unquote I feared for my life.
She failed to obey a lawful order to get out of the vehicle.
She did not have to.
That was her first mistake. The second mistake.
No, she did not have to.
Yes, she does. When an officer of the law orders you to get out of your vehicle.
What is the jurisdiction
of ICE? You need to get out of your vehicle.
What is the jurisdiction of ICE?
The jurisdiction of ICE is irrelevant in this case.
No, the jurisdiction of an agent is literally very relevant to the entire basis of the justification you're trying to give to Jonathan Ross and the other individuals. What do you mean? You keep saying things that would qualify the individuals to do what they did are irrelevant.
Trying to kill him.
Hey, sir, is it relevant for the officer to fear for his life before he takes one? Is the fear for his life part relevant?
Again,
simple question. Requires a simple answer.
Had she obeyed,
is the officer fearing for his life relevant to if he's safe under qualified immunity?
Lawful orders given to her
simple
by
question.
A lawful
I just need a simple answer.
Officer, she would
Sir,
still be alive to this day.
Can you answer my question?
Answer my question.
I've been answering all of your questions, actually. You have yet to answer mine.
Obeyed commands of an officer of the law to exit her vehicle, would she or would she not still be alive today?
We literally have no way of telling.
Well, of course we don't.
Because we literally have instances of people complying and they were still detained and or killed. So again, I'm going to go back. Hold on. I really need you to answer this question.
She tried
to
run over
a police officer fearing for his life relevant to if he's protected under qualified immunity?
Yes.
Thank you. So that matters. First off, ICE agents, while they may be federal immigration enforcers, are not police officers. They have two different jobs. Incorrect. They have two different jobs and two completely different jurisdictions. Do you know the reason? Do you know the reason why police officers? Do you know the reason why police officers typically go along with ICE agents in their enforcement operations?
Again.
Do you know the reason why police officers go alongside ICE agents in their enforcement operations?
Police officers should be there.
I didn't ask you if they should.
Go along
I asked
with
you
ICE
why.
agents. Unfortunately,
I asked you should.
We have a bunch of people
I asked
with
you
the same
should.
kind of mindset.
I asked, do you know the reason why?
Who were not allowing the police to actually help the ICE.
W's in the chat to Wesley for the $20 super chat. As a veteran, the caller wants to know why terrorists had a reason to attack us. Let's try the imperialism and multiple times we have invaded the Middle East, or maybe the fact that we have interfered with their elections. Yeah, again, I'm not justifying the attack, but to sit here and act as if there's no reason why anyone would spite us is kind of crazy. W's in the chat once again to
Of
Wesley
course
for the
people
$5
try
super
to
chat.
fight it
This
back.
jackass thinks ICE can lawfully tell you to leave your car. They have zero jurisdiction
Yes,
to do
they
so.
can.
Period. Much love, Hector. Sorry, MAGA is stupid.
This
Listen, man,
woman was
that's okay. I'm a
interfering
teacher today.
with
Just because you're stupid doesn't mean you can't be taught something. If he would shut his mouth up enough to learn. W's in the
No,
chat to
you
Nina
need
for
to
the
shut
$5
your
Venmo.
mouth
Tell this
here,
rage-baiting,
because
condescending
you
prick to
keep on
stop
spewing
wasting
out
our
slander.
time. Yeah, he's doing something for sure. W's in the chat to you. I see you, Ari. Give you the floor in a second. Guys, the best way to support the
Blah, blah,
platform is
blah,
going to be the
blah,
links
blah,
in the
blah,
bio.
blah,
Please
blah.
feel free to do so at Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo. If you're over on the Tube side, you may send a super chat or super sticker, or then consider becoming a member. Back to you, guests. Since you won't answer the question, I'll just tell you. So police officers often go alongside ICE agents, one, just in general to make their operations easier, and because if there's any hiccup with, say, an American, a United States citizen, the police officer would be their job mostly to take care of those circumstances. They would also to pave the path for their enforcement operations. Now, an ICE agent does have the jurisdiction to interact with an American if that American is impeding on their operations, like if they're interfering in any way, in which case the ICE officer has full authority to then interact with that person within certain parameters. Other than that, ICE is only supposed to have interactions concerning undocumented migrants, concerning immigrants who have broken the law.
Exactly. Now, let's go back to Renee Good. What was she doing at that time?
1-16.200 use of deadly force and prohibited restraint techniques. 1. Deadly force may not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect. That is directly from the Department of Justice own use of force manual. The instructing in part 2 says that just so you are aware, the instructions in number 2, bullet point 2, say that the officer must move out of the way of a moving vehicle before even considering discharging their weapon at the driver of a moving vehicle. This is also substantiated in Brousseau v. Haugen 2004 Supreme Court ruling docket number 543 U.S. 194. What it expressly states in Brousseau v. Haugen is that, again, Brousseau does not authorize officers to create danger by positioning themselves in front of a vehicle. The court emphasized that outcomes overturn on trajectory, immediacy, and whether the danger was imposed by the suspect and not manufactured by the officer placing themselves in front of a potentially moving vehicle. The court explicitly acknowledged cases where stepping into a vehicle path undermines the jurisdiction and the justification of the use of deadly force to shoot a suspect, this particular instance, the driver of a vehicle. Why did Officer Ross not move out of the way of the vehicle after he placed himself in the immediate danger, as we see on his own cell phone camera footage?
Why did Renee Good fail to obey a lawful order prior to
ICE has no jurisdiction over citizens of the United States of America. ICE is Immigration Customs Enforcement. They have zero jurisdiction over U.S. citizens. Renee Nicole Good is not an immigrant. She is a U.S. citizen. She was a U.S. citizen. How was she impeding on a two-way, one-way road when 8 vehicles moved in front of her vehicle? When 8 vehicles moved in front of her vehicle to leave the street she was on, how did she impede the officers?
Yeah, I'm curious. How did she impede the officer, sir? Because you said you saw the footage.
Again.
Impeding requires force. Officer Ross's vehicle drove behind hers to get on the other side of her vehicle. How did?
Sir,
1, 2, 3.
We keep asking
Eyes
the
on
same
me,
question.
Pookie.
You're not answering it. I've literally been asking you several questions that you've been dodging, and it took forever. It took forever for you to answer the question that I asked you like 20-something times.
Okay.
Does
All
a
right,
cop
excuse me,
fearing for his life relevant to a cop when it comes to qualified immunity? You finally answer that. Let's not get into all the other ones you wouldn't answer. Her question is very simple, and I'm sir. Her question is very simple. I'm looking forward to your answer. How was she impeding on ICE's operation?
I'm glad you asked me that. First of all, she had her vehicle blocking the entire street.
No, she didn't.
Hold on. I want to let him finish first before. Go
Okay.
ahead. You said her vehicle was blocking the street.
And
No,
that's
no,
the
go ahead,
thing,
go ahead,
you
go ahead,
know,
go ahead.
and
You
that's
said her
the thing
vehicle was
that's
blocking the street.
I'm writing
You
this
said her
down.
vehicle was blocking the
I'm
street.
writing
Me
this
too.
down.
Got you.
It's
Number one,
blocking
you said her
actually
vehicle was
having
blocking the
kind
street.
of
Keep going.
conversation or debate
Sir,
with a
sir,
retard
sir,
here.
sir, keep
Because
going.
it's literally
Sir,
you
keep going. I'm
literally
looking for your
just
answers.
talk down
Sir,
here
you're
and
crying.
do it
Sir,
on
can you just tell us what else? What else was she doing? What else was she doing?
What else was she doing? She was
Uh-huh.
disobeying a lawful order given to her by a law enforcement officer.
Okay.
Obey
Vehicle was
lawful
blocking the
order.
street. She was disobeying a
It's
lawful
just
order.
like all those videos when you see Karen.
No.
or you see
Keep on
Miss
track. Keep
whoever
on track. Keep on
who
track.
was
Keep on
pulled
track.
over
What else
by a
did she
lawful
do?
officer-
What else did she
a
do?
lawful
What else did she
order
do?
What else did she
Or
do?
is that it?
officer
What else did she do,
telling
or is that
her
it?
to get out of the vehicle.
Sir, what else did
or
she do, or is that it?
produce her credentials.
Sir,
or
can you
anything
stay on
else
topic?
Like that,
Can you stay on
and
topic?
You basically
Fuck, you're yapping so goddamn much.
can do whatever
Sir,
you
can
want.
you say what else she did, or is that it?
I'm sorry.
What else did she do, or is
Well,
that it?
I don't know. You're just sitting there talking over me here when I'm sitting there trying to.
You're not
put my
addressing what we're
point
saying.
across.
You gave us two things. Is that it?
All right, I have
Isn't that
this is what I
enough?
have, and correct me if I'm wrong, caller.
Okay, well,
I have two
okay,
things.
Hector,
I
is
have
that your
two
name?
things. I have
Hector, I
two
want you to
things.
go
I have
out.
two things.
Sir,
I want
sir,
you to
sir,
go out
sir,
there.
sir,
I wanna
sir,
clarify.
sir,
Next time
can
you
you
see
please
ICE out
stay
there,
on
you know,
topic? Thing number
going
one
after
was her
illegal
vehicle was
aliens.
blocking
I
the
want you to
street.
go over there and do
Thing
the exact
number
same
two
thing that Renee
was
Good did
disobeying
and
a
see how that
lawful
ends up
order.
for you.
Is there
I'm
anything
pretty
else,
sure
or
it
can we
won't end
respond?
up-
Oh my God. Is there anything else, or is that it, sir?
Let me ask you something. Why
No,
don't you
sir.
go out there
I'm
and
trying
see
to
what
address
Renee
what
Good
you
did
said.
and see how well that ends
I'm
up for
trying
you.
to address what you said. You said her vehicle was blocking
I
the
trying to
street
say?
and she was disobeying a lawful order. Is that all?
Exactly.
Thank you. Is that all?
In addition to that,
In addition, okay.
she put her vehicle to escape, to flee, and elude. And in doing so, ran over. She actually hit the officer that shot her.
Cool.
Did you know
I'm gonna
that?
reread this.
Okay, good,
I'm
got
gonna
you. You know that
reread
she
this.
actually
I'm gonna
hit
reread
the
this.
Yeah,
officer.
yeah.
Hi,
Yeah,
Pookie
got
Bear.
you, got you. We're gonna
Junior.
respond to you now, okay? We're gonna respond to
Junior,
you now. Your three things, I'm gonna
first-
give it to you. Your three things are her vehicle was blocking the street, she disobeyed a lawful order, and then she tried to escape and hit the officer, right?
And she also was interfering with their entire operation by driving down that
Overall
street
impeding. Got you,
straight,
got you.
just
Cool,
like
cool,
the
cool.
rest of
Good,
those
great, great,
idiots
great.
were doing.
We are going to respond to all the points that you made now. Go ahead, Ori.
Okay.
Cool.
Well,
First of all,
you're
I'm
not
No, no, no,
gonna
no,
waste
no, no,
my
no, no,
mind
sir,
that
sir,
Renee
sir,
Good
ho,
did
sir,
this
sir,
and
sir.
got a face
No,
full of
no,
lead.
no, no.
She
I'm gonna
did the
need
wrong
you to
way,
zip it.
but
Oh,
she
you're gonna
shouldn't have
definitely
been
need a
doing what
pool.
she was
I'm
doing.
gonna need you to zip it because
You're never
it's
going to
Ari's
change
turn
my
to
mind
respond
about
now.
that.
Go ahead,
It would
Ari.
be that way.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go over 2 points simultaneously, okay? So we
Okay,
have
go ahead.
interfering with blocking the street, okay? JD Vance, Christy Nome both said that the officers were conducting door-to-door searches in that neighborhood. How is a vehicle that was correctly, and I'll say this, was in the middle of one singular lane on a two-way, one-way street with, by the way, bike lanes on both sides of the street? How is a vehicle blocking an entire street while interfering with door-to-door searches?
Really? You're asking me that question? How do you think the police get
Yes,
there?
that is a feasible question. How? Because
How do you
I
think the
agree.
police
I
got there
agree.
to that
I agree.
neighborhood? Are you serious?
Pookie, Junior, listen up for a second. I agree that on the two-way,
Oh, okay, now
one-way
we agree.
street. No, listen. I know this is difficult.
Oh
I
my
agree.
God, you were hilarious.
I
Listen
agree.
to yourself.
I
They're
agree.
doing door-to-door
agree.
searches for illegals.
Okay,
They actually
Hector,
have a
Hector,
dossier of illegals.
Hector,
that
do
they
we
are
agree,
actually going
Hector?
to deport out of our country. They're
Good.
not going door to
Yes,
door
Ari.
searching for people here.
Yeah,
That's the
you
other
would
thing that's
agree
so
that it
hilarious
was a
about it.
two-way, one-way street, and
A
Renee
two-way,
Nicole
one-way
Good was
street,
blocking one lane of that street, correct?
This question.
That is correct.
Answer me this
That
question.
is
If we have video
Okay.
evidence of at least
Just-
6
just
to 8
answer me this
vehicles
one
going
question.
around going
Answer me
around
this
her
one
vehicle
question.
Yes,
in
we
order
do.
to leave the area.
Yes, we
And
were
then we
able to get
also
that
have
evidence.
video evidence. We also have video evidence of Officer Ross specifically
blah.
with his SUV, because he had like a Suburban, I believe, drove behind her vehicle over the bike lane to get on the other side of her vehicle before he got out of the car and started filming her vehicle. Well, you would agree with that as well, right, Hector?
That is
Okay.
correct. It's not even just
Okay,
about
but let me
agreeing,
ask you
Ari.
this
I believe you're
question,
referencing
okay?
specifically evidence
Let
that
me
we would
ask you
have from
this
several people
question.
recording at the time, even going as
Yep.
far as to utilizing people's Ring camera footage to substantiate
Yep.
every single thing that you said. That's
All
correct.
of that's
Okay.
true.
Really quickly before you
So-
move on to the next thing, because I want to read these before we get to
Let me ask
the
you this
pool.
one
W's in the
simple
chat to
question. I asked
Gerber
you
for
this
the
one
dollar cash
simple
app.
question.
Caller needs to lock in and engage in the convo. I think he just wants to yap. W's in the chat
I
to you.
know,
W's in
I'm
the chat to
seriously
Darius for the
trying
$3
to-
Venmo. You can't even shut up long enough for me to read my donos. W's in the chat to Darius for the $3 Venmo. Question: what if she felt her life was in danger? What are her options? Should she just die? Of course, man. Comply and die. Agents aren't necessarily moral superheroes. They're just people. The bootlicking is crazy. That's a great point. I think there is a whole lot of boot here. I have a sticker for that. Let me see if I can find it. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Mr. Mike for the $2 Venmo. Please tell this fucking cuckold to go suck on a banana and shut the fuck up. He's a racist.
And tell
I
this
think he heard
fucking
you,
guy
Mike.
to go suck
I think he heard you, Mr. Mike. W's in the chat to you. I appreciate
Mr.
your
Mike is a
support.
W,
fucking
Mike.
little
Big W's
boy
in the
who
chat
likes
to you.
suck a lot of
Guys,
cock.
best way to support the platform is the links in the bio.
like
This was
the
before the
bald guy
pool. This was
after
before the
behind
pool.
me.
So the pool is up 15 to 2 galaxies to Ari. Please make sure we're taking care of her.
You
as
got
well.
it, you
All
got
the
it.
links in
So-
the bio.
You should be
Go ahead,
So
Ari.
happy
we-
right now because you're
So we
getting
have
a bunch of
established
numbers in
that
this
we
stuff.
agree that on a 2-lane, one-way street, that Renee Nicole Good was blocking one lane,
What
right? And we
Renee
agree that
Nicole
Officer
could
Ross.
still be alive right
la, la,
now.
la, la,
Had
la.
she gotten out of
Hold
the car like
hold
she was
on,
ordered
hold
to.
on, hold on, hold
Would
on.
she still be
Hold on,
alive
Pookie.
right now
Pookie.
had she gotten
Pookie.
out of the car
Junior,
like she was told
Junior,
to do?
I know it's hard to
The-
hear a woman's voice and respond, but listen, I'm trying to address each of your points for what you claim
Would
to be
she still
interfering.
be alive
So,
if she got out of the car?
Guys, this is not like
Nah.
TikTok where you mute them and they can still hear you. He needs to hear what
Correct.
we're saying, which is why I'm not muting him. The call is
Yeah,
on
it's
hold and he's not
correct.
hearing anyone. That's why I don't mute as much.
yep. Yeah. So, he's back off
You
mute,
can
right?
keep putting
Yeah.
me on
Yeah, okay,
hold, but
cool.
the fact of the matter is she
So-
would still be alive.
So
We
how
wouldn't even know her
Junior,
had she done
Junior,
what she
I
was
need
told
you
to do by
I
the
need you
ICE
to
officer.
answer this. Hey, dude, I need you to
When
answer
you
this
answer
because
my
I've asked it
question,
several
I'll
times.
answer yours.
I asked my question first. This is not your turn to answer questions,
It
sir.
doesn't
How
matter. I
is-
have,
It's
you
not
have
my.
no,
It's not
okay,
your
let's
turn
talk
to
about
ask
fairness
questions,
here.
sir. It is not your turn to ask questions. You got out your whole spiel. You've asked
All
questions
right.
previously.
Also, I did
Hector, let
answer
them
that
know.
question. I
Like-
literally did
please.
answer that question already.
Oh, you did? Okay, there
Yeah.
you go. Hector already answered the question. Yeah, comply or die. And also, we have evidence just from looking at Alex Preddy that there is no guarantee she would still be alive, even if she got out of the car. So
Okay.
how on earth was a vehicle being in a lane on a 2-lane one-way street interfering with door-to-door search operations that ICE was conducting per Christy Nome, who was the director of Homeland Security, and JD Vance, who was the vice president of the United States, who have both reasserted the fact that they were doing door-to-door searches? How
Door-to-door
was
searches,
her
okay.
vehicle being in the road and her sitting inside of it blocking or interfering with their investigation?
She was blocking the vehicles.
She wasn't blocking any ICE vehicles.
She was
The
too,
vehicles were
but,
going.
you know, of course
Hey,
you don't want to
hey,
answer
caller,
this
caller,
because it
you're
goes
familiar
against
with
There's
these
nothing, you didn't
things,
ask a
caller.
question to be answered, and you're literally ignoring
Yeah.
the fact that she is telling you the circumstances surrounding these alleged block,
And I'm
they
telling you the
did not
circumstances she shouldn't
exist.
have been there in the
She
first
literally just said they were going door to door, so they were not using a vehicle
weren't
to
going
get to
door to
another
door, they were-
location. And even if they were, vehicles were able to get around her, and we saw this confirmed with several pieces of video evidence. So the answer is very directly no, she was not blocking anyone.
Well, that's what you
Or
said.
interfering.
But the fact of the matter
So,
was,
so I am
she
curious
was
about
blocking.
something.
She was
You know,
impeding.
Caller,
Why were
are
the
you
officers
familiar?
standing around
Caller,
there? Okay, let's go
caller.
back. Hold on.
I'm going to get to your
Hold on,
disobey
hold
lawful
on,
order next.
hold
I'm
on.
going to get to that. Hold on.
Let
No,
me
we're still
talk. Are
on.
you going to let
No,
me
you
talk,
are
or are you just
you
going to
are
sit there and
Hector.
diatribe?
If you understand what I'm
Are you just
saying,
going to
he's
filibuster?
Sir,
currently
sir,
he's
Okay, well,
currently
let's
ignoring.
assume.
We're
Okay,
still on
assuming what
point
you're saying
one
is
and
true.
point four.
sir.
We're still on
Assuming
point
what
one
you're
and point
saying
four
is
because
true.
they coincide. No, we're still on point one and point four because those two things coincide. We will get to disobey lawful order and using her vehicle to escape. We'll get to your next 2 points next.
Are
But
you
I'm
a
still on
lawyer?
blocking street and interfering. Caller, are you aware that the streets that Renee Nicole Good was killed on, are you aware that it was a 2-lane, one-way street?
What's a 2-lane one? Oh, okay, a two-way one way or 2-lane one-way street.
Yes,
No, I
you know what
wouldn't
that
know.
is. Oh, okay.
I mean,
So
you can only go
good.
one way.
I will, yes. So very familiar to like a divided highway where sets of cars are only allowed to go one way, right? And those can be
Yeah.
anywhere from 1 lane all the way up. I've been on a 7-lane interstate before. Okay.
So what's your
So
point?
it's a 2-lane, one-way street. She was
Okay,
in the
what's
right
your
lane.
point?
The left lane was wide open, and we saw 6 to 7 cars drive past her vehicle, and then the 8th car was Officer Ross driving behind her vehicle to get around her, not in front of it, but behind her vehicle to get around her. So she was not blocking the streets. So we have now dismantled point 1 and point 2 because being in the street cannot mean that you are somehow does not equate to interfering with door-to-door operations, as was told by Department of Homeland Security Secretary at the time, Kristi Noem, and Vice President J.D. Vance, all substantiating that they were conducting door-to-door operations to find immigrants on that street. So she was not blocking the street. It was a 2-lane, one-way street.
Thank you.
It's almost like I've been saying it the whole time. And she wasn't interfering in door-to-door searches, which just required walking on the street. Great. We've dismantled point 1 and point 4 in your arguments about her impeding their investigations. Great. All right. Disobey a lawful order. Let's try this again with you. Okay. What is ISIS authority?
You're going to let me talk now?
She's asking you a question that requires an answer.
You're going to actually let me talk now?
Well, she had to address your points, which she
ISIS
did.
authority.
That's why you couldn't talk, because we allowed you to talk. We got your four-sided
Oh, you
reasons, so then
allowed
we
me
had
to
to
talk.
respond
That's
to
right.
that.
It's very
Her question, once again, is what is their authority? What is their job and the authority they would use to do it? What is it?
It's called the United States. It's called the Immigration Code. I'm not going to
Immigration
go into
code?
statutes.
Over a citizen? A
Excuse me?
U.S.-born citizen?
Are you going to let me answer a question?
So
here?
they're
You
not-
paused. That's why she responded.
Yeah,
you
you
answered,
were-
and then
you-
she responded.
Period and dotted your sentence.
You just not like to
Period
hear
and
women
dotted.
talk? Jesus fuck. Every time she talks, you keep saying she's not letting you answer.
No, I don't like to hear Karens talk, and this is obviously a Karen.
Oh, I mean, she's
He's
very
not.
intelligent for that,
No,
and I know
yeah.
intelligence
Well,
sounds like being a
just
Karen to
because
y'all.
she spouts off
Anyways,
long
can you answer a question now?
Shading grade.
Because
All right.
how are
Can I-
ICE agents who use immigration code supposed to be or have authorization over Americans? I'm
You
curious.
know what the supremacy clause is, right?
Doesn't
Yeah.
apply.
In the
Tell me
Constitution.
how the supremacy clause applies to
Supremacy
this
clause
situation.
is the
Please tell
federal law trumps state law.
me.
You know that, right?
Yeah. Can you tell me what's the
Okay,
relevance of
now,
that
who
to
enforces
immigration enforcement?
Immigration law? Who enforces immigration law? Let me ask this to the lady who thinks she's an attorney. Who enforces immigration law?
I never
the
said I'm an
state or
attorney,
the
so
federal
I
government?
dispute that immediately. Who enforces immigration law? That it actually
Is it
is
the
several
state or
sets.
the
It
federal
also it's actually
Literally.
several divisions under the Department of Homeland Security.
Okay,
So
well,
you have
let's just-
HSI,
I'm trying to
CBP,
simplify this
ICE.
down.
You have USCIS as well. Which one are we
Is
referencing
it
here?
federal or state authorities? Yeah.
Oh, there's They're federal authorities, correct? But pray tell, can you tell me
Okay.
this? Pray tell,
Who has
can you tell me this?
jurisdiction
Pray
over
tell,
over immigration
clarifying
and
question,
who has
clarifying question,
jurisdiction
clarifying
over
question,
immigration and
clarifying.
customs
I've been trying to
You
ask
just
my
answered that
question
question
first.
already.
You're gonna stop.
Yeah.
What?
Who
Clarifying question.
has
Clarifying question.
jurisdiction over
Clarifying
immigration
question.
and customs enforcement?
She said several different agencies. Did you hear them? She mentioned them.
federal
She
or
literally
state?
mentioned their
I'm
acronyms.
trying to
Already
make
answered
this
these
simple.
questions.
It is literally federal, and
or
she has a
state?
clarifying question for you.
Is
Awesome.
it a federal or state authority?
Literally
Already
just
answered this
answer that.
question.
You're literally Hey, I need you to understand something, caller. You are talking so much to when we are answering
I
your
am
questions.
talking so much.
You are talking
No.
so much to
You
when we're
guys
answering your
basically talk a
questions,
hell
you
of a
can't
lot more
hear
than I
us.
do.
So
just
start
refuse to let you
listening
try to
when you
bully me.
ask a question for the answer.
am
So you
asking
don't
the
repeat
question
yourself
here, buddy.
17 times over as
I
if we're
gave
not
you a
giving you the
chance to
answers
actually
again and
be
again and
somewhat
again.
sort of
She
intelligent,
answered your
but you're
question.
nowhere near
Now there's a
intelligent.
clarifying question she's about
I
to
am
ask
trying
you.
to
Go ahead,
simplify
Ari.
this argument here. It's
Yeah,
very
so
simple.
clarifying question.
Federal,
Actually, this is a two-part question. So bear with me here. So I will have a follow-up question after this one. Are federal agents subject to the authority of state laws?
Are federal agents subject to the authority of state laws?
nope.
Okay, that's hilarious. Okay,
Now, when
that's
they're
hilarious.
conducting
Okay,
their own
follow-up
business, now, of
question.
course,
I
they
told you
can't
this
go
was
around and,
two-part. No, I told you this was two-part
commit
questions.
crimes and
I told you
whatnot.
this was two-part questions. I told you this was a two-part question. All right,
I
second
didn't hear it
question.
because you guys were
Second
just
question.
too busy,
Nope.
admonishing
I'm
me.
sorry,
No,
you're not
actually, you
listening.
put
I
me on
literally said
hold,
that this was.
so I couldn't hear your two-part question there, lady.
I said I would have a follow-up question after your answer to my first question. I'm sorry you failed to listen. All right. Follow-up question.
How can I listen
Do federal
when
follow-up
Duval there is
question?
putting me on
Follow-up
hold?
question. He wasn't talking. He didn't put you on hold when I asked my question.
Yes,
You
he
were
did.
off of
I
hold
heard
when
the
I
I
whole
did,
asked
and
my
that's why I
question.
actually repeated your question, because he would not shut up long
Oh.
enough for you to get it out. I put him on hold for
Oh,
2
okay.
seconds, and he's now using those few seconds we put him on hold to act like he didn't hear our questions asked time and time and
I
time and
didn't
time
hear
and time
your
and time and
question
time
there,
again.
Duval.
Great.
Yeah.
So if you shut up, you can hear it now. Go ahead, Ari.
Okay, so follow-up question now is, let's see if you know this answer. Okay. Do federal agents have the authority to enforce state laws or local ordinances?
No, they don't. Nor do they
Oh.
have to.
Okay.
But
Okay.
you
So
know what's really
he got
sad
one part
is when
correct,
you
right? So I
have
asked
state
two
and local
questions.
police
He got
who
one answer
refuse to
correct,
enforce
right?
their
Which
laws
was
to
great.
keep the citizenry at bay, a la Minnesota, a la Minneapolis. It's pretty, bad things have a tendency of happening. Just ask Renee Good. Oh, that's right. You can't ask her because she's dead. And that's a good thing.
W's in the chat to Wesley for the
Oh.
$5 super chat. Please tell the
Yeah.
caller I said, if you would shut the fuck up for a minute and listen,
Anyway,
instead you wouldn't be so
I've
damn
had my
stupid.
fun with you,
Much love,
idiot.
Hector.
Y'all have a nice day.
Oh, he's running? He just ran. Okay. So guys, I'm gonna explain
are
a
you
few
running?
things.
Why are you running?
Really quickly, please make sure we're taking care of Ari regardless. I would like to hear some thank yous from her. Let's get her coins above 1,000. Let's get her coins above 2,000. And then please feel free to hit up her links in the bio as well. Absolute fucking plague. Hold on.
That
Did
was-
he fucking say that?
Yeah.
That he's happy she's
he said
dead?
it's a good thing.
Or is it
Yep.
good
He said that it's a good thing that she's not here. Yeah, he said
There
that.
you have it. W Def Jam. There you have it.
Ooh, thank you.
Trump supporters
so-
like living in police states. They like
Lulu?
living in authoritarian regimes. Yeah.
Yeah, imagine having the gall to say that federal agents don't have to follow state laws.
Yeah.
That would be very interesting considering how many of them get convicted in their local states for beating their wives.
Isn't it Minnesota specifically? Doesn't Minnesota have a couple lawsuits out against, federal law enforcement because of their violation of their state laws?
Yep.
Interesting. Debbie's in the chat to Rico for the $2 Venmo. That was twice that you laughed at innocent people death, sir. You absolutely disgusting and wanna get mad when people burn the flag. I guess why. Stupid. 6,000%. Debbie's in the chat to Gerber for the $1 Cash App. Caller needs to grow up and develop self-control. Are you crazy? Self-control? They voted for a fucking rapist. Debbie's in the chat to Mike for the $2 Super Chat. Please tell this douchebag that he has the emotional intelligence of a box of Cheerios. Don't ever insult Cheerios like that again. It's no wonder why his wife left him. I'm sure he drove her away because he couldn't keep his mouth closed long enough for her to orgasm. Fucking boomer. Loser.
Jesus.
Get fucked. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Mr. Wesley for the $10 super chat. Drop this stupid mouth. This caller is a mouth with no brain or ears attached. Drop pools are only to the links in the bio, Mr. Wesley, but thank you so much. I appreciate your support.
Call from Tomorrow Today, LLC.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Caller, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump? Caller, you're on the line. Did you vote for Trump?
Hello.
You're on the line.
Hello.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Holy delay, Batman.
Do you hear the words coming out of our mouth, caller? Hello?
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you?
Try calling back, I guess, but you call here with your whole business number. I don't know how you get any
whole
business
business
if they
name.
can't hear you. But okay. That works. I got that from you, by the way. Hello? Guys, thank you
Well,
so
I got
much.
that from Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo.
So.
Thank you guys for getting to 100,000, then 200,000 likes. We're coming up on the 2-hour mark, so you guys are tapping ahead of the goals that we have. W's to the tappers. Please make sure you continue to double tap the screen so we can get the likes of the 300K and beyond. Quick little PSA before we move on to the next guest, or as we wait on the next guest. If you're not following me or Ari, hit that follow button. Hit those follow buttons. I'm live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Oh, here we go again.
Call from
Tomorrow Today.
Your Tomorrow Today LLC. You are on the line with Hector Talks and Mermaid Ari. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
And do you regret your vote?
Not in the slightest.
Not in the slightest. Why is that?
Oh, so hey, first off, I'm not sure why it's saying Your Tomorrow Today. That's interesting in and of itself. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm an expert or anything like that. When it comes down to things going on, I mean, there's pros, there's cons, there's a whole bunch of different things going on there. I think the whole ICE thing has been blown way out of proportion. I think it was horrible that Renee died. I think it was horrible that anybody has lost their life. I'm enjoying the conversation that I'm listening to you guys talk about. It's nice to actually have a conversation without actually having somebody attack. Again, when it came to Trump, my biggest issue was China. My biggest concern was China, and I could not possibly vote for Biden again, just because of the weak policies he had with China, let alone all the other things that, have come out since. But most importantly, I don't regret my vote for Trump right now. I don't regret that in the slightest, and a lot of it comes from the fact that I don't see how we would have actually we wouldn't have uncovered any of the fraud issues that we've uncovered and all this stuff. None of that stuff would have been uncovered.
The same way when they touted
any
around on media networks, the same fraud that was caught under the Biden administration, that fraud that the Trump administration is broadcasting, that's how we would have done it. The Trump administration has been predominantly utilizing old cases of fraud, specifically in the cases of Minnesota. When we talk about the daycare centers, that was literally, damn it, I forgot her name, back in 2022. A white woman who beheaded that institution, Feeding Our Futures. That was
Amy Bach.
Amy Bach, thank you. That's literally what launched the investigations into fraud in that state. And then everything else would be alleged USAID fraud, which again, Doge themselves can't even confirm. You can go to doge.gov/savings and you will not find a single audit or report of fraud on that website because they uncovered nothing.
Okay.
Now, I'm not
gonna argue
saying
with
that
you there.
under the
That's
Trump
100%.
administration, fraud hasn't been prosecuted or caught. I will not say that. It
Right.
absolutely has. What I am saying
Right.
is that under Biden, fraud was also being caught and prosecuted.
Okay. No, I won't argue with that. I mean, I had no faith or confidence in the administration beforehand. As far as any information coming out, it's very infrequent. It was very much against the narrative, and it's not something that's easy to find.
It's easy to find for anyone who looks for it.
That is true. I won't argue with that 100%. But yeah, again, I still stand by like the vote that I made. It's not like, any
Yeah, the
situation
question
where you can go
specifically
back
was
in time
why,
and
to be clear.
change
The
things.
thing that you mentioned was China.
Yeah.
What action is Donald Trump specifically taking against China that's so vastly different and better than Biden?
Well, I actually think that the tariffs were a good idea that he's issued all over the place, as a temporary measure to try to improve and force America to get back into the point where it can actually, it's not globally dependent. I am anti-globalization. I don't think that the world is ready for such a move. The fact that we are kind of moving that way, and it just wasn't the right process, and there was no way that was going to be successful.
Yeah, Donald Trump and tariffs on China for the funny business we find them in is one thing, but he did not specifically apply targeted tariffs to attack China or reprimand China. He applied broad tariffs to many of our allied countries. So,
right.
Also,
The
Biden
whole
would have
idea
kept
of
the
those
majority
tariffs
of
is to bring
tariffs
businesses
that Donald
back
Trump
to
had,
America.
many of those being on China.
Right.
What businesses have, quote, come back to America, and when did they leave?
Well, just referring back to Apple is moving back some of its manufacturing and stuff to the U.S. There's other companies that are moving back, and there's been investments of, again, I hear you 100%. There's potential investments of up to $19 trillion coming back to the U.S.
Pledges.
So where has Apple broken new ground?
Well, I'm not
For a
going to say
new
that Apple's
manufacturing
broken new ground
facility?
yet, but
Oh, have they
they're in the
purchased any
process
new
of coming
land?
back from everything we hear.
Yep.
Now,
Thank you,
has
Joe
that
Biden,
happened?
for the
No.
Chips and Science Act.
Will that take time? Certainly.
Yep. Thank you, Joe
I would
Biden, for the
imagine
Chips and
Apple would
Science
come
Act.
back to Texas, do something along those lines.
They never left Texas. That facility's been up and running since 2013.
Yeah, they had a strong presence here in Texas under
Yep.
Biden. I've lived here since 2022.
Mm-hmm. And that facility that has been open since 2013.
Do you remember, it's okay if you don't, do you remember the specific pledge that Apple made under Trump's second term?
No.
Okay. Oh, well, I wasn't asking you, but that's fine. So I was asking because I looked up what they pledged under Biden, and it was $430 billion. This was in April of 2021. Oh, here it is right here. Apple pledged $500 billion. So both of them didn't have a single issue with getting Apple to say they're going to do something. But I would argue one president so far actually had the legislation to welcome in that investment, specifically in semiconductors and other pieces of tech, with the Chips and Science Act.
Well, I appreciate the information that you're providing. So this is all very useful. It's something that I would love to find out more about. Do you have sources specifically that I can look into myself to do education and stuff like that? I'm open to the idea of listening. I have always had an open mind. So I enjoy the conversation, and I'm certainly looking for more information that I can do research on.
Well, I mean, obviously, when it comes to the pledges, you can just go directly to the White House website. You can go to Apple's website. You can look up, obviously, different people who covered it. That would be Forbes. That would be Reuters. That would AP News, Guardian. There's several. I just look for whatever we can verify versus just rhetoric. That's literally it. But again, when it comes to investments here into the U.S., Pledges are pledges. I believe, I don't remember the institution that did a study that showed there's only a maximum of maybe $250 billion that's actually shown fruit in the United States versus a pledge. However, again, we're more so looking for legislation. Donald Trump's executive orders have not shown any fruit in encouraging that. His tariff policy has been a monumental failure, and now he's trying again with Canada for some reason, versus the Chips and Science Act that we literally have commitments into 23 states and 15 major facilities.
Okay.
But again, if your argument was we need to tackle China, I don't necessarily disagree with that. Donald Trump did not do that with his broad and very blanket tariffs.
Yeah, no, China's GDP has only grown.
Yeah.
They're well within their target range of 4.3 to 5% of growth each year. And let me see where that was at. And they're currently, their last second quarter was 4.3 with their full, so that is a 6 month, so two quarter GDP average of 4.7%. They're within their target range for their continual GDP growth and the percentage that it's going up. In fact, their GDP is growing at a faster rate than the US's.
Yeah. They've been doing that for some time, I think.
I'm thinking China is going to implode anyway in the next couple of years.
I mean, you can have your opinion on that, but
they
that's
may
not
look fine, but everything going on with China now, which I think is more of its own doing, like its elder population is getting to the point where it's unmanageable based off the younger population. At least from everything I've been able to find, I don't know, it's not like readily available information, but there's been a lot of things about that. So I hear you. I mean, the main thing that I just wanted to say is that I don't regret my vote. I'm not going to go back and say that I could vote for Kamala.
Yeah, regretting your vote doesn't have to have a single thing to do with Kamala Harris.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, you basically were asking if I regretted my vote, and I don't.
Many people regret their vote based off of Donald Trump's over year and a half performance. Not so much that they'd vote for Harris, which I would still argue is rooted in a place of ignorance, but you can regret your vote based off of what you voted for and what's actually happening. Things he literally said he was going to do and then walked back in 2 seconds upon actually becoming the president. One of the biggest examples we can give being the war in Iran. Another great example being, healthcare, fixing the healthcare affordability issue when Donald Trump has only done things to worsen it. Literally as early as, 2 weeks ago? And he just did this in Michigan as well.
You gotta say, Obamacare was not a good fix. That was not a good idea.
It wasn't a permanent fix, but it was absolutely a fantastic fix. We saw under Obamacare that the rate of the cost increase of insurance premiums slowed because of its implementation compared to what it was before 2010.
And also allowing for anyone with the pre-existing condition to be covered by any insurance company is fantastic.
So why did they put an expiration on that, on the subsidies? Why would the Democratic Party put an expiration on that?
Well, they have to negotiate with a whole nother party. Not to mention those subsidies specifically were just expanded due to COVID.
Okay.
Be aware of the fact that Donald Trump ran off of, or Republicans, to be clear, have been talking about a healthcare plan for over a decade. And the best they've been able to give us so far is TrumpRx.gov, which is not healthcare. It's a website where they took the wholesale cost, and I would strongly encourage you to look this up yourself. Every single person, and we've done this online before. Go to TrumpRx.gov.com. I think it's .gov. Pretty sure it's .gov. TrumpRx.gov. And go look at the prices that they have for several of those substances. Look at the wholesale price. Just Google the wholesale price and then see that they have it slashed by 80, 90%. All they did is they took the wholesale price, slashed it, and then said that it's a 90% reduce, even though you're getting the one unit. The price is the exact same. The price is the exact same. And yes, all of that shit is literally good RX, and they just put it on a government website.
Okay. So I get that. I'm not going to say that healthcare isn't in dire need of reform, but I don't feel like it's something that only the Republicans should be working on.
No, it's not. Democrats are the ones who've had infinite amounts of progress when it comes to healthcare compared to Republicans. It was Joe Biden and Kamala Harris who were able to set a cap on insulin and inhalers to be no more than $35 and 10 other life-saving substances to be no more than $2,000 a year. They use a negotiating power of 60 million people on Medicaid to do so. We also saw the expansion of healthcare under those administrations due to the ACA and other provisions that they put in. Republican growth doesn't really exist because, again, this would just mostly be stuff worked on behalf of by Democrats under Trump's first term. They put in bills to abolish or not abolish, I guess, reduce, weaken, minimize the Affordable Care Act. That's all they've done. They provided no alternative. They don't have an alternative, quite frankly.
I don't know how you can have an alternative. I mean, there's a catch-22 when it comes to healthcare. You know, you can privatize the healthcare industry, right, and have companies that make money based off of obviously profits and make that a priority, or you can do non-for-profit, but then you're running into situations where you need to have really good management in order to do that. Otherwise, you'll see the abuses form there as well. As far as all that stuff goes, I mean, all the fraud and everything like that for Medicare and Medicaid that has existed regardless of the administration. I mean, obviously there's a lot of things that need to be fixed. Certainly understand that.
So what's the point of gutting a pre-existing healthcare plan
the conversation
if you have no alternative? That's the question. What is the point of gutting the current plan if there is no alternative, especially when the start of said gutting has contributed to the substantial increase in those premiums of this year specifically?
So I get the question, right? And it comes down to businesses being businesses and about profit. These companies don't have to do some of the things that they're doing. They're doing it because they can do it.
So Trump is encouraging the healthcare industry to prioritize profits over people?
No, the companies have always been doing that.
Yeah, that's why I said encouraging. They're going to do it. If it wasn't for the government, they would be doing it infinitely more than the government's already been allowing them to. However, he would be encouraging that with the gutting of the ACA subsidies, which Democrats tried to expand at least for up to a year, again, because of the cost still.
Awesome. Well, so first things first, you mentioned the war in Iran. I still don't see that as an actual official war yet. I mean, based off of everything going on, I'm not going to sit here and say anything about that. I do agree that something should have been done, but it is what it is at this point. I appreciate your time. I appreciate both you guys a lot and giving me information and giving me something to look into and focus on. As of right now, I still stand by my vote, but I appreciate the information, and that's what it's about. It's about education and having conversations. It's about actually listening to other people and not forming opinions. Like the last guy, that you're not going to have an argument like that with me. I mean, I don't care what the situation is. I can sit here and say, in my opinion, I can understand what happened and why it happened. I'm not going to sit here and condone it, but it's unfortunate when anybody dies. I mean, we could talk about Charlie Kirk and stuff like that. I get that. At the end of the day,
so when Donald Trump, the Department of War Secretary, and Congress people on the Republican side who support this war legislatively and verbally call it a war, when Trump refers to himself as a wartime president, I think I have every right to call it the same. Appreciate you calling in.
Oh, I'm not.
It's hard being nice. I'm not gonna lie, it's hard to be nice. For me anyway.
Yeah, I don't know how I do it sometimes, so I feel that.
Guys, can we get Ari above 2,000 coins? Thank you guys so much for taking care of her. Continue to do so. Totally Sass. Did you vote for Trump?
I thought they muted themselves.
I didn't. Totally Sass, did you vote for Trump? Sent you an invite to unmute. Also, Def Jam's the only fucking guy. Like,
Thank you.
Or the predominant guy. W's to you, Def Jam. Thank you for taking care of Ari. Totally Sass. Are you there? Okay. Yeah, they dropped.
Assume not.
Guess it was accidental.
Yeah, W Def Jam.
He said W me. How you sending Ari these gifts but you're grayed out in the chat, bro? Send your heart me, bro. Send your heart me, bro. Are you guys, hold on, how many of you guys are grayed out in the chat?
I have some people that do that to me.
That's wild. That's wild.
Yeah.
Throwing big ass
Oh,
gifts,
you
but you
like
can't send your
here.
one heartbeat?
Check out this shirt. It says, fuck cancer, guys.
Hold on. Oh, please. Sorry, YouTube, you can't see it. Fuck cancer. And kicking cancer's ass. W.
Yep.
W. Kicking cancer's ass in 2005.
I think that's what it is. Is it over here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Mm-hmm. W, Ari.
God bless you.
W, Ari. Appreciate y'all. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, we call the number on screen 737-295-5321. If you regret your vote, this live is a safe space for you to come up here and express all the reasons that made you get up off the MAGA plantation, because they are whipping y'all very hard over there. Or if you are a Trump supporter who does not regret your vote, you think he's doing an exceptional job, you think there's something us libs are missing, us lefties are missing, whatever you call us. We're all the same to MAGA. You may recall in the number on screen or request up in the box as well. I can give you several reasons as to why you should. If you guys are not following either of us, please hit that follow button. I am live every Saturday after 3 p.m. CST and randomly throughout the week. Continue to share out the live with your friends and family. Give it a good repost and add to your story. If you like the information being cited here, we want to get it out to as many people as possible. Let's knock out the gift goals here. We have 61 more of these little overreact gifts to go. So please make sure you're taking care of those gifts. Click on my name and Ari's name if you would like in the top left corner and check out our gift galleries. I'm back in C League for some fucking reason.
Because they just made this shit more complicated. I think
They do.
I honestly think the reason why people keep ending back in C League from B is because it's happening to everyone. So no one's making the required number of diamonds to stay in their league.
Yeah,
Because everyone
B, you gotta get some huge gifts in B, and I don't get gifted as much as a lot of other creators. Also, please check out the links in the bio and Ari's links in the bio as well for the best ways to support the platform. If you like the stream, you want to send a message or say hi to my cute face, that's available on Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Hector Talks with 2 R's on Cash App and Venmo. PayPal, Hector Pal with 2 O's and 2 R's. The link in the bio is also going to be all the other social media platforms that are on. Hector Talks with 2 R's on YouTube that I'm streaming to right now, so go subscribe over there. And Instagram, where I post the same videos I put up here, so follow that account as well. Join the Discord community. We are over 760 members strong. We will be having 2 movie nights this week, Wednesday and Thursday at 7:15 p.m. CST. We'll be watching the Sister Act 1 and then Thursday, Sister Act 2. So make sure you're joining the Discord community if you want to be a part of that. Also, the information that we cite up here is often posted there for your reference. We have a good bit of fun in there. Also, get yourself some merch off the merch shop. Not this shirt. The shirt is too tight on me. I gained weight, by the way. Merch behind you at hectorshops.com with 2 R's. We can get all the Loud Liberal merch that you would like. And then YouTube, please hit the like button on the stream. Subscribe and turn on notification bells as well. And if you want to support the platform, super chat, super sticker, or consider becoming a member. I have a video here I want to play for you guys. And this is a little bit, not super old, but it's of Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham, we got a leaked phone call of Lindsey Graham talking to Bibi Netanyahu. And I wanted to play it for you guys. Because if I say it, you guys would say I'm just fear-mongering, I'm this, I'm that. But if you hear it from one of y'all's representatives' mouths, then maybe we can have an honest conversation about the fact that if Zionism, if unapologetic support for Israel is a concern of yours, then you probably shouldn't vote Republican.
Also, at
a
some
thought.
point, you
Yes.
should probably look at removing people that never got verified.
Oh, in my Discord?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah, I actually been meaning to do that for a hot minute. I keep forgetting.
I try to do mine like once every 2 months.
That's a good idea. I got to go through there. All right, here's the clip.
On speaker, Ryan?
Yep, we're good.
Okay. All right, connecting you now.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, baby, Lindsay.
Hey, Lindsay. How are you?
I couldn't. I'm just so impressed. Glad to be your friend.
I'm glad you are my friend.
I'm going to meet with the president this weekend. I'm going down to Doral. I'm going to try to get him to join with y'all in Lebanon to maybe fly some with you. Would you like that?
Yeah, I get that. I think you have a point, but I've been thinking about the other side of it for a second. We're concentrating right now on Iran. If we tell Hezbollah that we're going all the way, we threaten them, but if we actually do it,
Okay.
then they have no reason not to go all the way against us. And right
Okay.
now, that's not our interest. We
Okay.
can do it later.
Well, okay. Well, that's actually good counsel. I'll put it out there as an idea. We can always go back to it.
Do you have it on speaker, Ryan?
Yep.
So, couple things. There's something about opening up this phone call with, BB, is Lindsay. Glad to be your friend. That just doesn't fucking sit right with me.
It's so weird.
There's something about that doesn't sit right with me. Am I glad to be friends with some of my friends? Yeah. But there's something about, I don't know. I don't open up my conversation saying that because it sounds less like friendship and more like cucking and bucking. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm being very fair here. I'm not being partisan. I feel like that's just a very weird way to address Netanyahu.
Especially just any foreign leader. Like, hey, I know I'm a U.S. senator or representative, but hi, foreign leader. I'm glad to be your friend. Imagine if Steve Witkoff said that to Russia.
That part. And you're leading with all of the things I'm going to do for you. Hey, I'm trying to get the president to do this in Lebanon. I'm trying to get this. Would you like that? Oh my God. That part. Would you like that?
Too.
Would you like that, BB? Would you like that, Daddy Netanyahu? That's fucking insane to me.
All right, Ladybug.
Like, oof. Shut up, Izzy. No, you won't. If I heard any conversation, which don't get me wrong, I've heard Democrats speak cringely on Israel. No shit. But if I heard any Democrat talk like that, I mean, I'm already voting against all the establishment ones for the most part, but if I heard a Democrat talk like that, I feel like we would show a lot more, and we have, shown a lot more vitriol towards Democrats and their unapologetic support for Zionism versus Republicans. Because there's no leak phone call of a Democrat sounding like that at all. Would you like that? That's weird to me. Extremely weird to me.
Would you like that?
I don't like it. And Republicans would lose their minds about it. Oh, well, here's the thing. I think conservatives, very few, but conservatives are not happy about it. Those are the guys that are not saying it, right? Those are the guys that are very quiet. I've made this distinction time and time again. The Republican Party is not the party of conservatism. Two separate entities, and MAGA is even way over. MAGA is not conservative. MAGA is not even fucking Republican as far as I'm concerned. No, absolutely not. But yeah, that's insane. Hector, stop saying it. My bad. Sorry. I know it was uncomfortable. I don't mean to repeat it.
Izzy, just make sure you record it and send it to me.
See, and now I'm going to have to lock him out of his own home. Trump supporters of Quest Up in the Box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you can call the number on screen, 737-295-5321.
My thing is like there are so many times where I'll tell Chris something that he he doesn't know, and I do it on purpose, right? Because I want his reaction. And he will just, I missed the opportunity to record, but he will just bust out laughing. Like when I told him that where Donald Trump signed the MOU, I was like, yeah, he signed it in Versailles. And he just literally bent over, started laughing. He's like, that's got to be a joke. Like, nope, not a joke at all.
That's the sad reality that we live in, that so much of the news that we get on a daily basis literally sounds like a Comedy Central skit. Did you see the clip of Trump saying that the CHIPS and Science Act and the money that was for it was only allocated to transgender people? Did you see that?
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Bro said with his full chest, the CHIPS and Science Act is such a bad bill. He said, we're only going to give the money to transgenders. So much money, they didn't know what to do with it. And they only gave it to transgender people. Name
And they
one.
didn't know who to hire because they weren't transgender.
Insane. Like, this dude heard transmitters and thought that
You mean like transgenetic?
just like transgenic, yeah. Literally. I have a video about that. The transgender mice, whatever the hell. Whatever it
Dang,
is.
I mean, you'll be waiting for a while.
Yeah. Still waiting for mine? That's wild. Julius, did you vote for Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Did you vote for Trump?
No, I didn't, and I got on there by accident. I don't know how I got on there.
Got you. I'll get you.
But vote blue. Vote blue.
6,000%.
All right, thanks, Julius.
Before you go, can you tell the people to tap the damn screen?
Yeah. Well, I tap it anytime when I'm there.
This ain't about you. This is about the people. Thank you for your taps. You gotta tell the people. Tell the people to tap the damn screen.
But Hector, I want to tell you, y'all are making an old man. I'm 83 years old, and from the time I get up in the morning at 6 o'clock, I watch different people, and we got some stupid people in this world. I talk about MAGA.
This is why I stopped telling people that Julius is a friendly when he joins, because I remember you and he's always super nice and he loves saying some stuff. So I never tell. But I'll do it for Julius. If you are here in the chat, there's 445 people in TikTok, and I don't know why we're only sitting at 252,000 likes. Be sure to be double tapping that screen, double tap Hector's golden dome, okay?
Okay, and y'all keep up the good work. That's all I can say.
I appreciate you
too,
coming
buddy.
up, Julius. Thank you so much.
Okay then.
W's to Julius. W's to Julius. I do not disagree, Julius. There are some very, very
God bless you.
stupid people. Jazir! Oh, shit! Thank you so much for the Interstellar. W Jazir for the Interstellar gift. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to you, Johnny D. Thank you for the gifts as well. Big W's in the chat to y'all. Big W's in the chat to y'all. Ooh, that knocks out. That's in the gift gallery, isn't it? Yeah. Yay! We just knocked out another gift in the gift gallery. W's. Thank you guys so much. Guys, if you click on my name and Ari's name in the top left corner, and you scroll down to the I'm now in C1, and Ari, you're in, what league are you in, Ari? Let me see.
I'm either in C5 or C4.
You're in
I don't know
C4.
anymore.
That's wild.
God bless you.
Ari's is easier than mine at this point. If you guys can check out our respective gift galleries and knock out any of the great gifts there, become the title gifter, we would greatly appreciate it. So thank you guys so much for your support, and shout out to Jazir. And thank you, Kara, for knocking out the rest of the Overreacts WCL. I love Kara. Kara just be popping in all the lives that I panel hop on a daily basis. She's just like, let me throw some coins at you. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. W's in the chat to Sean for the $5 super chat. The belligerent ignorance is so fierce to refuse to look in a dictionary. It's astonishing. Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. I know people are stupid. I know I'm specifically here to talk about the stupidity of the Trump administration. But I just want to remind everyone that I used to be a Trump supporter too. I used to be pretty fucking stupid. And I just didn't have the right person articulate the things that I believe now. And I'm not saying that no one tried. I'm more so saying that I was in a very deep red area where the best I had was the ignorance. All the people that I talked to believe the same shit. And that's one of the problems with echo chambers. One of my favorite things about these lives is that my entire job is to go back and forth with people who disagree. My entire job is to speak to people who could teach me something I did not know. Does it happen often?
God bless you.
However, thank you so much, April, for the hand hearts. However, it's not an echo chamber. We literally listen on a daily basis. I go live to the opposing side. So it's
God
actually
bless
funny
you.
when they come up and they say I'm in an echo chamber. Thank you so much, April and Lisa, for knocking out the hand hearts and the swans. Thank you so much in the gift gallery. W's in the chat to you guys. Thank y'all so much. We had someone in the request and then they didn't load. I don't know what happened. But yeah, anyways, like with the first guy that we talked to, that guy, not the first guy. The one we talked to said he regretted his vote, and then he said Harris at the end. Like, I really appreciate that.
The one I came in on, yeah.
Yes, the one you came in on. The amount of freaking times that someone will say Kamala, Chameleon, whatever the fuck these people be saying. Shout out to Dean. Thank you, Dean, for knocking out the corgis for Ari. W's to you. And then I will just respond with Kamala, and they will literally crash out. If I mispronounce a word and a Trump supporter said it's this, I'd just be like, thank you. Fuck you, but thank you. It's that simple.
It's so funny to me because, like, I know you've seen it where I just get in the habit where I'm like, who is that? And they get mad about that. And they're just like, you don't know? I'm like, no, who is it? Like, who are you talking about? Never heard that name.
What's the point? What's the significance? Shout out to Dean. Thank you for knocking out the Galaxy in Ari's gift gallery. Hell, Ari just did it to me earlier with excise.
Yes.
She literally just did it to me. Could you imagine? Oh. All right. I'm about to say it wrong.
God bless you.
I want you to correct me. I'm going to respond. The government to excise the
Excise.
Fuck you, you stupid like. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Why can't people take correction in 2026? Unless you believe you're right about everything, and that's a whole nother problem. Take correction, bro. Take correction. Goodness gracious. Especially men. Mostly men. Predominantly men. Ay. Thank you so much, Mr. Wesley, for sending out the 5 memberships over on YouTube. I really hope those don't go to MAGAs. But I appreciate the support regardless. To the 5 new DEIA subscribers over on the YouTube side, appreciate you. Enjoy your perks. W's in the chat to you. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, you're good. I told Mia just the other day, I was like, the only reason, and like, this sounds bad, I get as many calls as I do because it's just men that want to yell at a woman on the internet.
Yeah.
That's all.
The ones who want to yell and the ones who want to use you as your therapy chair. Because you get a fuck ton of those guys. You get a bunch of those. Ooh! Jazeer!
Thank you so much. I was not expecting that.
W's to you. W's to you.
Baloney. Thank
W's
you.
to you. That wasn't even in your gallery. W's to you.
It's not.
Shout out to you. Shout out to Jazeer, y'all.
Thank you for
If anyone
shocking
says
me.
Jazeer broke the law, I tell them they lying. I just want to let you know, Jazeer. If anyone said you did something, I'd tell them they lying. And if they tried to show me the evidence, I'd claim blindness.
Blind. I'm blind. I don't know what you're talking about.
I cannot see. I'm legally blind. W's in the chat to you. Double tap the screen, guys. Let's get the likes of the 300K. We are almost there. 430 of you in the live, not including the 132 over on the YouTube side. Show the algorithm want to be here and continue to do all the good things. All the good things. I had something else that I wanted to go over with y'all, since we're in that segment of the show where I think we scared them off. All right, I think we scared them off.
Meow, we're scary.
Yeah. Oh shit, she's doing endorsements now. That's dope. Let me see if I can pull it up here. And I want to see what you guys' takes on this. This is the segment of the show where I borderline get canceled with some of my takes. And I'm curious to see who agrees with me. So, let me pull this up here. Oh, this is what I wanted to talk about. Fuck that. This is what I wanted to talk about. Do you guys know about the W Dean for the sound spell? I don't like that gift. That's weird. W's Dean for the sound spell gift. I appreciate you. Really want to talk about Nolan Wells and the release audio that we got. I don't remember if it's yesterday or today, but I just heard it today. The release audio that we got where in the background it was cleaned up by an audio engineer. Turns out them white boys was lying. Them white boys was lying. We didn't know anything. We didn't do anything like this. First and foremost, the way they lawyered up when they got back, I felt like was an indication of something. But the leaked audio came out. They was lying. There's sounds in the background which some folks are trying to contest even after the audio engineer cleaned it up, but they're trying to contest the fact that some of them said, you killed him. They're trying to contest the fact that some of them were talking about what to do with the body. They were trying to contest the fact they were literally there going back and forth about how they would be lying about what took place. But yeah, we have evidence now, or not evidence, I would say a confirmation, a 6,000% confirmation at this point in time. Them boys did it. And the best that their lawyers are going to argue now is that you could have been saying anything else. Yeah. What are you referring to? Nolan Wells. This is the black kid who went out fishing with his friends, and the white friends were the only ones who came back. There was also the confirmation of the girl. There was a girl that he was supposed to be talking to that the friend said he stayed back to talk to. The girl confirmed, didn't see him, never spoke to him. Yeah. 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 So, justice for Nolan Wells. Justice for Nolan Wells. Hopefully we get it. I don't see how we don't, but then again,
God bless
I've
you.
been wrong about several other cases involving black youth before. I don't know what kind of question this is. What do y'all think, conservatives? Why do y'all... first off, you meant why.
Yeah, I was gonna say
it's why.
English.
Capitalism is good. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not. Well, I did in 2016, but obviously he's a dirtbag. I'm more of a little slightly left-leaning conservative is where I fall under.
Where do you get this belief that conservatives are happier than liberals?
This actually blew me away. I saw this on TikTok last night. And I didn't believe it. And I sort of went down the rabbit hole. Like, there's like all these articles how liberals have higher levels. And I'm not rage baiting. I'm not making this up. I mean, these articles are out there. They're like, supposedly liberals have higher levels of depression. This is conservatives, not Republicans or MAGA. These are conservatives versus liberals. The liberals tend to have higher levels of depression. Right now, conservatives are having 4x or 400% more children than liberals. I mean, it was just sort of wild. And this is like the Cambridge newsletter. I mean, these are legitimate sources. These are not like Fox News. I was sort of blown away by this.
Okay. I don't know what the point of the children thing is. I don't think children's equate to being happier. They can literally be
what did I say about
additional
children?
You mentioned that they're like having killed kids like 4 times the rate, or 400, you said.
For every 4 or 5
that.
children born, 4 of them are Republican or conservative. There's more conservatives being born
I don't
at the end
know
of the day. Now more people are
get
swaying
those
from
numbers,
conservative.
but okay.
You're not born as a conservative or a liberal. You might
No,
have
I'm sorry.
conservative.
The parents are conservative. The parents are conservative.
I want to point out that I pulled up a study on NIH, which is conservatives report greater meaning in life than liberals, and they polled only 19,000 people.
That makes sense, for one, because they believe the grand scheme of everything is like a heaven. Like conservatives are typically, I don't even know how true this is, but the consensus is that they're more religious. Secondly, the reports in regards to them having liberals having more depression or anything of that nature, that could be solely based off the fact that a liberal person or people who lean that way are more likely to go get help and actually get those diagnoses or even speak on behalf of said issues versus conservatives.
Why would they be more apt to get help, you think?
Liberals? I think liberals prioritize emotional intelligence, not just emotional intelligence, awareness and diagnoses for certain mental issues, largely more than conservatives. Diagnosis, thank you.
Definitely. That's definitely possible. Definitely possible.
I mean, Benny Johnson posted on his Twitter feed literally last week that men don't need therapy.
Benny Johnson needs therapy.
I mean, I agree, but I'm just like pointing it out. There's this,
Well, let me
right
amend that.
wing.
Benny Johnson needs hospitalization.
He
Are
might
more
need a
men
5150.
I didn't understand the comment from Ari. Are more men conservative? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm trying to say that the right wing pundits that are well known are continuing to perpetuate the idea of what I would call toxic masculinity, which is ignoring your internal feelings and let it all bundle up and say that I don't need therapy, I can work it out on my own, without actually doing the work and to understand why you're feeling certain ways. Like that's what I'm pointing out is that right wing pundits are engaging with negative traits of masculinity and they purport it out to their followers.
Yeah, I believe that. They're perpetuating the lies that, men just need to suck it up and deal with it.
News is so.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I run into that all the time with, my first therapy job was in a small town around here in Iowa, bunch of conservative farmers, whatever. Most of the men that did therapy would park blocks away from the office and walk because they didn't want people to see their cars outside the office knowing they were going to get therapy. Yeah. And they would admit it. They'd be like, oh, I parked way up in such and such whatever street. I'm not parked out front. Because they didn't want, it's a small town in Iowa, they didn't want people knowing their business, knowing they were going to get therapy.
That's a stigma. I mean, men may see themselves as weak if they do something like that. As a 56-year-old man, older generation, I could see maybe that's where that comes from.
Yeah. No, I'm 59 and I am actually a licensed therapist, and that's literally what I was seeing when I was working in a small town here. They would, it was almost like that. Don't tell, I can't tell anybody who comes to my office anyway, but it was like, don't tell anybody I was here because, geez, I don't want anybody to know. And I hear from, men all the time. It's like, ask them, hey, in your family when you were growing up, were you taught how to identify your emotions or how to deal with we didn't talk about anything like that. It was suck it up. Boys don't cry. Don't talk to me about shit. I don't want to know about it. Yeah. And that's what all these conservative pundits and shit are talking about on TV. It's like, nope, guys don't need therapy. Just suck it up and deal with it.
Obviously, that's even going
and
as far as
we see how well that works.
It's literally rooted in misogyny and homophobia because they'll say if you get therapy, that's gay, and if you do it, you're a bitch. They'll literally associate all of that with the negative traits they put on those two demographics.
Yeah, and I was coming up actually. I was addressing that the studies that find that conservatives technically are quote unquote more happy, but it is largely because they don't think as deeply and they don't have the emotional intelligence. So they don't go to therapy. They don't look around the world and see things that are wrong and care about it. Like, oh, I'm happy. I got my shit. I don't care. Y'all can do your thing. But those of us on the left actually see people in trouble and want to help them. And that affects us mentally and emotionally. So we go to therapy and we get our things taken care of. So yes, we're not as happy sometimes because we have empathy.
That is a really good point. Would you say, in your professional opinion, Dean, that conservatives care less about things?
Yes, in the sense that they don't look into things as deeply. They literally, other studies have shown that despite what they say, conservative men want to be told what to do by their leaders, by Trump, by whoever. They would rather have an authoritarian tell them what to do than have to think for themselves and try to look around the world and make sense of it.
Let's clarify. Trump's not a conservative.
Oh, he's not, but he is the authoritarian leader they want to hear from because he says a lot of the toxic masculine shit that they've grown up hearing.
I think you're talking more about MAGAs, not conservatives, based on my experience.
Yes and no. While I do make the differentiation, I do think they clearly correlate to some degree, but no, the ideology doesn't always directly associate with party. That person accidentally requested up. All right. Trump supporters request up in the box. You are the demographic of people I'd like to have a conversation with. If you're over on the tube side, you'll be calling the number on screen, 737-295-5321. What was your question, Capitalism?
I was asking Dean, why do you think conservatives have so many more children than liberals? Is that sort of
It's a lot of the, conservative, traditional family values. They're they're not using in, not obviously not everybody, but by and large, fewer use things like contraception. More of them are not. They're against abortion. They're, these so-called quote unquote traditional family values, and they're more apt to want to have these families because that's what they've been told since they were kids. The whole American ideal is to have a house full of kids and all this other kind of stuff. So
Yeah, I was just
which
gonna
is not
say
a bad thing to have.
that. I was going to say religion. Conservatives literally believe that it is their sole duty to pop out a kid, to have a family, to get married, to do all these things. And a large portion of that is rooted in religion. They believe that they're violating some type of principle or promise if they did not, versus liberals who are kind of like what Dean said, kind of go under the surface of all this stuff and understand the context and nuance, or the fact that when you look at the country in the last 10 years and the significant rise of cost, more people are deciding to pursue their passions, and that's very hard to do in certain circumstances alongside raising a child. I also think there's a level of emotional intelligence I will give more liberals than conservatives if they can look at themselves and say, I am not in the position I want to be mentally, financially, physically to have children, versus Republicans who say there's always a way. Yeah, and sex ed is obviously a very different thing.
The Republicans are more optimistic. So we are more optimistic, I guess, the
well,
conservatives.
if you want to go, if you want to take that a little bit deeper, you look at the statistics that have been out for decades that for a long, long time, the people most typically found having abortions are married women who already have at least one or two kids.
That's true.
Because they had a whoops child or whatever it was, and they realized I'm already financially and everything else too wrapped up in what I'm doing. We can't have another kid right now.
Interesting.
So, they want to make it out to be all these poor teen mothers or, young single women and stuff. But statistically, it has been borne out for decades that it's married women who have at least one child, quite often two, and for whatever financial or other reasons, don't want a second or third kid.
That's correct. Substantiated by Kaiser Family Foundation. There's a PubMed article on it by Jay Studnicki. About 60% of most women who have abortions already have at least one child.
I can see that being the case.
Which
I
is
agree.
hilarious to me, considering how many people think that liberals are just godless whores who want to fuck unapologetically. But yeah, the 60% of women who have an abortion because they already have a kid, that very much goes along the reason why most women have an abortion, most cited reason, which is financial. Because kids are fucking expensive.
Amen.
Anti-who's.
I don't have any, so
don't get them. I wouldn't recommend. Appreciate you coming up.
I recommend everyone have kids.
At my
I'm
age,
sorry.
I am very.
Oh shit! Sorry. Oh shit! Sorry, Dean. My bad, Dean. I was just clearing the panel. But yeah, capitalism sounded like he was gonna say I recommend everyone have kids. No, I couldn't disagree with that more. As far as I'm concerned, the majority of parents should not be anywhere near a fucking child with the way y'all be raising them.
What's this person in the chat that's like, ask the lady on the panel, she should know better. I was silent. What was I supposed to be saying?
The lady on the panel can interject whenever she pleases, and she speaks when she
Yeah.
wants to speak, sir.
I was looking up stuff. I was trying to read some things on all these studies
Okay.
that are very small.
I am curious, though. Damn it. Maybe if he's still here, he can come back up. I'm curious as to why people like him, because I've heard this argument time and time again from predominantly conservatives, have a kid. The number one reason, personally, my anecdotal experience, most folks say, childless with time and money. That's what the fuck I'm talking about, Savvy. That's going to be me. Well, more money. Anyways, so the majority reason that I've heard people cite for saying everyone should have a kid or they would encourage having children is for personal growth, because they say it changes you, makes you grow as a person. I just want to say that if you need a kid to decide to be a better human being, I think that's the big reason why you should not have children. If
They
you
also-
would, yes, sorry.
I was gonna say they also just use having kids to be a shittier person. Like,
That's true. That's true. But if you're having a kid under the belief that they're just going to genetically make you worth a damn, that's the fucking problem. That's the problem. I appreciate when I hear some people that I know, some people on the left say, fuck them kids. I'm not having no damn kids. I'm selfish. That emotional intelligence and awareness is a good thing. I'm not saying being selfish is a good thing. Please don't be that. But you understanding that you may not be good enough to raise a child and give them everything that they need is good, versus the people who just do it just because, and that childs grow up being abused, being neglected, being tossed aside. Not worth a damn. Not worth a damn. I think it is the most responsible thing you can do to acknowledge the fact that you are mentally, physically, or financially incapable of having a child, and you will not bring someone into this world to have them suffer. I'll add even more to your point. Some people become worse people after having kids. That too. That too.
that's what I said.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And yep, I expected that comment there. No one's ever ready to have a child. No shit, Sherlock. It's not about just being the perfect person to have a kid. It's about acknowledging the fact that if you don't want to fucking do it, that's the first thing. Which I think is enough, to be clear. The reason why I'm pro-choice is because if you say, I don't want to do it, and we know that if you don't want to do something, the results of your labor in that thing could be weaker or piss poor, that's enough. If you don't want to do something, don't fucking do it. Especially when it comes to another human being who's going to look up to you for everything. Everything. I love my sister, but that's one person who should not have kids. Shit.
Oh.
Shit.
Gee.
I feel that though. I ain't gonna name people I know, but yeah, there's people that I know where I say, if you ever get pregnant and you choose to keep it, damn. CPS is already overworth, bro. Already. W's in the chat to Devin for the $2 PayPal. Why conservatives have more kids? Because they don't view women to be human. To them, women are baby factories, live-in maids, and sex toys. Nothing else. I will say specifically on behalf of men, there's a lot of men who want to have kids when ultimately it's going to be their wife mostly involved in their life because they think that's their literal duty. I think that's stupid. And it is also a legacy. Legacy is a big thing. Feeling like they have to leave something behind. Or a dude who I literally had come up on my panel. He told me this with his full chest. He said, because I said I'm not going to have children and I intend to get a vasectomy, he said, who's going to take care of you when you're old? I was like, wow, I'm glad your child's worth is only if they're going to be a fucking free caregiver later on. Anyways, Mark, did you vote for Trump?
No, I'm in the UK. Does that make a difference?
Do you support Trump?
Well, I don't think you had much of a choice, really. But I mean, just to carry on this.
Oh wait, you're in the UK.
Yeah.
Are you voting for Count Binface?
Am I voting for Count Binface?
Yeah.
No.
Farage versus Binface. Who's your pick?
Well,
I go with
I vote
Binface.
Farage. I
Yeah,
vote
so you're-
Farage. Yeah.
Wait, you hate Farage or you pick Farage?
I'd pick Farage.
Oh, why?
Because I just prefer his outlook and his policies, and he just seems a lot more realistic. I mean, we're in a bit of a mess over here. Oh, you think you've got problems with your borders? We certainly have.
So, like, you're okay with his £5 million crypto scandal? Mhm.
Has everything come out about that, though, really?
I mean, I don't know. How would I
No,
know? I'm not in the UK.
Yeah, but I
Hey,
haven't heard a great deal about that, really. No
So
one's
you
really
do,
focusing on that.
just to be clear, you do like Trump, right?
I do like Trump.
Okay,
I
go
don't
pull a
particularly-
Maduro.
I don't
Ask your government to
particularly
pull a
like him.
Maduro.
I mean, given your choice at the time, I don't think.
We don't have it
Yeah.
at the time. We're in 2026.
I know, and you've not got long to go. So why the constant
Long to
bashing?
go?
You know, you've got what, another 2
Do
years
you
with him?
support Bibi Netanyahu?
No,
No. But he's in office for the next 3 years. That's not long to go.
I know, but what
So
can you do about it, though? What can you actually do once they're in office? You can't kick them out.
okay,
You
so you
tried.
support him.
No, but you just have to work with them, don't you?
But wait, no, but using your logic.
No, but you have to work
You
with them.
support
Once
Trump
the
because
decision's
he
made, you
doesn't
have
have
to honor
long
the
to
Constitution.
go. But I'm
You
just
have to honor
using
the
your logic.
Constitution.
You support Trump because he doesn't have long to go, so why not? But you don't support Bibi Netanyahu because even though he doesn't have long to go either.
I think once
Sorry, your
people-
logic doesn't follow.
Once the masses have spoken and once somebody's elected, you just have to deal with it.
You just have to deal with it. So you should
You
never
do.
speak out
You
about
do.
your
And
politics.
not constantly for 2 years. It's a lot of wasted emotion.
I shouldn't point out when Donald Trump does something wrong that's harming American citizens.
But he's not. I mean, who's he harming now?
Ruben Ray Martinez, Kevin Porter Jr. Keith Porter Jr. Renee Nicole Good, Alex Preddy, and
Is that Renee?
Son-
Renee's the one who ran the officer over here, isn't it?
Oh, no, that's not true. But I'm only talking about U.S. citizens, right? Like U.S. citizens. I'm not even talking about the undocumented immigrants. Also, Lisa Cook, I think, or is it Lisa David?
David.
Oh, the latest one.
Lisa David? Okay, yeah. Lisa David, that's also dead. And we're not talking about the deaths that have occurred in immigration custody, right? Because that's a huge problem as well. We're also not talking about the 2.4. The woman that was the doctor that was killed in the car.
I'm trying to. I don't remember.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but we're not talking masses and masses of
Maybe it's
people,
Linda David? Dr. Linda David?
I'm trying to remember.
Anyway, Ben, I know you're jealous of all my girlfriends that I have. It's okay. You can be jealous all you want.
Yes.
They're
Linda
everywhere,
Davis.
though. Okay. Got it. We got it eventually. But we're also not talking about the 2.4 million American citizens that have been removed from their SNAP benefits and therefore are facing food insecurity in our country, which is a direct harm to American citizens. So that's an issue as well. The individuals that are no longer able to pay or afford health care insurance within the United States of America, that's several million as well. So they're no longer able to make sure that they're healthy.
Your health system's always been like
our
that.
18 U.S. soldiers that are now dead because of Trump's unlawful war with Iran, our 600 plus wounded soldiers who are not getting the care that they need under Pete Hegseth's directions with turning and burning them right back out into duty because Donald Trump believes that traumatic brain injuries are just headaches.
Thank you, Kitty, for clearing out the roses. Shout out to you.
Veterans have always been treated terribly.
Yeah. So these are all things that Trump is doing to harm United States citizens and people within the United States. So why should I not speak out against that?
Well, the medical insurance, what you had Obamacare.
No, don't get hung up on a little thing. Why should I not speak out against the fact that he's causing direct harm to U.S. citizens and people in America?
Well, all the protesters you mentioned, I mean, that's not
Don't get
Trump,
hung up on the
that's
nitty gritty.
ICE.
That's not what I'm saying. Don't get
But
hung up
they're
on the
the
nitty
people
gritty.
you're mentioning.
Why should I mention a lot. Why
Yeah,
should
yeah.
I not speak out against the harm that is coming to United States citizens and people within the United States?
Why aren't they qualifying for the health benefits all of a sudden then? What's changed?
Oh, premiums got way too expensive because Republicans in Congress said, fuck the American people.
So how many people
Literally
have lost
gutted
that
the
now?
ACA subsidies. The lowest numbers show 5 million, the highest show 8, and this would include not only people who could not afford their coverage, but people who chose to take their plans down to the bronze level because they couldn't afford the one previously, which gives them less benefits for some of the pre-existing conditions that they had. Conditions. Yes, I said that right. Pre-existing conditions.
Well,
yeah. So imagine you had something specific. Let's say a a certain form of diabetes that required a
Yeah, for
certain kind
insulin.
of
Insulin,
medication,
yeah.
and then
Yeah.
you could not afford your plan to give you that type of medication, so you have to lower it, which then brought up the cost of the medication on what you pay for the medication on top of the increased cost in your premium. That would literally contribute to you having a worse circumstance of life, quality of life. That's what I'm looking for. Quality of life than before. That would be a
Yeah.
harm.
I mean, you have to prioritize those things, don't you? You know, you have to. I mean, that's just your system. We've got the NHS over here. If that, well, touch wood. But I mean, you have to prioritize your health. You know, and if that's due to some inflation, then you know it kind of dramatically gone up.
Ari, I'm not about to go back and forth with the UK MAGA.
No, I know. I was saying I actually expected you to drop him when I was like, come do a Maduro.
Oh yeah, I was gonna let you have your fun because you knew the candidates and shit. I don't know shit about UK.
No, Nigel Farage has a lot of scandals about him and for why the people don't like him. And have you ever seen Count Binface?
No.
You should Google it, but I'll also send you my server sticker.
Hold on.
It's a real person, by the way.
Count Binface?
Yep, Binface is one word.
What the fuck is this?
A real person that started out as a satirical account or like person running for office, and he runs in like every election.
Bruh, hold on.
Yes, that's his name. Count Binface is his name, Gucci.
I'll show y'all. Or at least I'll show TikTok, YouTube. Just look it up. This is fucking ridiculous. I hate it here. I hate it here every day.
Why? If I remember right, he runs a leftist platform.
This is this person. This is a literal person who runs.
Yep. They know who he really is too. That's the funny part is. No, he's better than Jill Stein. He does it as satire.
This is ridiculous.
And I think he actually does community work, if I remember correctly.
I can respect that. I can respect that. So we did have this report, and this was a couple minutes ago. Reporting this from AP. Netanyahu praises first meeting with Trump since launching the Iran war. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he had an excellent meeting with President Donald Trump at the White House on Tuesday, their first sit-down since launching a joint war against Iran, and it offered Netanyahu a chance to smooth out strains in their relationship. Excuse me. The closed-door meeting lasted nearly an hour and a half and was positive and productive, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said. The White House did not immediately offer more details. It comes after as both leaders face growing pressures at home. Netanyahu, who's up for re-election, is embattled in part because of his deteriorating relationship with Trump. Trump is under pressure to end an unpopular war that has wreaked economic havoc and driven prices higher ahead of midterm elections this November. Later on Tuesday, Iran shattered a brief period of calm in the war by launching multiple ballistic missiles at U.S. forces in the Middle East. You gotta mention what happened before that, my guy. The U.S. military said, adding that all of the Iranian missiles were successfully intercepted. An Israeli official briefed on the White House meeting said Netanyahu made it clear to Trump and his cabinet that if Iran were to attack Israel, they would respond, but that beyond that, they would trust the judgment of the president. Thank you guys for the follows. Trust the judgment of the president regarding next steps. The official spoke on the condition of anonymity to share details of a private meeting. Despite signs of tension between the two before the meeting, Netanyahu was effusive afterward in a post on Instagram, noting that the meeting included Trump's entire senior team. Vice President J.D. Vance, who had critical words for Israel and in June warned Israeli officials that Trump was their only friend among world leaders, was among those in the meeting. Apparently this is his words. No, this is Netanyahu's words. When I say excellent, I don't mean it in a superficial way. A conversation with full partnership, yikes, with mutual support, oof, and an understanding of the common goal of ensuring that Iran does not have nuclear weapons, and other goals as well. He's been chanting this shit for 30 fucking years. Netanyahu later joined Vance and Trump at a funeral for Senator Lindsey Graham, where the Israeli leader was seen speaking to Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, who met with Trump earlier in the day. Yikes. Well, according to Israel, they're going to play ball with Trump. I wish that was comforting.
They won't.
I wish that was comforting.
They would say that. Ew. The Senate confirmed Jay Clayton.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Well, God damn it.
I mean, it was bound to happen, but ew. Bitch ass motherfuckers. Who won? Did you see that? I think you saw that video of the person on my live that answered just like fucking Jay Clayton did in his Senate confirmation hearing.
I don't think I did.
Or I was like, who won the 2020 election? Joe Biden got the most electoral votes. Oh, and how do you get the most electoral votes? Well, you win the presidency. No. You win the presidency by getting the most electoral votes. So how do you get the most
Friendly reminder that when they talk about what Kamala Harris won, lost by, if you actually look at it in the swing states, I think it was 151, if I'm not mistaken, 151,000 votes. When you actually look at the swing states in the Electoral College versus all of the swing states and 2 million vote rhetoric. Meh. W's in the chat to Sean for the $5 super chat. These are two truths. No Dem heaped racial incidents upon my great nephew. Fourth an incident last weekend. No Dem has screwed over veterans. Deal MAGA. Are these people still fucking with your nephew, bro? Jesus Christ. That's ridiculous. W's in the chat to you, Sean. Thank you so much. Alrighty, we're at the section of the show where I don't know if we're gonna get any more Trump supporters. So here's what we're gonna do. Yeah, it's coming up on my time anyway. Are you going live tonight?
in an hour, just under an hour, about an hour and 45 minutes. I don't have words.
Okay, W. Guys, anyone who is not following Ari by any chance, go give her a follow. Go get her on YouTube. Specifically, I hope you're doing a better job at pushing this out. Ari is now on Instagram. Ari finally has an Instagram. So actually, here's what I do want you guys to do. If you guys can do me a solid, because I got my start. Obviously, my Instagram is doing pretty goddamn well. I have no complaints. So we want to help Ari's Instagram. So we're going to help her get some followers, okay? So all the videos that she posts out that the TikTok algorithm suppresses, and if you're not on YouTube that you don't see, you can see it on Instagram. I, for one, can say that my Instagram algorithm is better than my TikTok algorithm. A lot of my mutuals videos I'll see over there over TikTok, because TikTok suppresses the hell out of us. So
You're so bad.
Her username is mermaidari0. I'm going to put it up on the screen for you guys. And here's what we're going to do. There are 443 of you in here. I would like to see Ari get 100 more followers on Instagram, at least. Can we do that?
I mean, I only have 77, so it's all up from there.
Can we do that, chat? Here we go. Can we do that for Ari?
Do that. Yeah.
Mermaid Ari 0. I'm going to keep her tab up, and I'm going to look at it periodically. I want Ari to get at least 100 more followers on Instagram. And I'll put it over here. Oh, thank you, Criven. Criven's already on it. And the link is over there on the YouTube as well. Please go over there and give her a follow. And we could round it up to 200, really, but I want to see her get at least 100 more followers while we're here. And of course, I'll open up the floor once again. If you are a Trump supporter, this live is the safe space for you. I'm here to talk to two demographics of Trump supporters. Number one, primarily, or at least what I aim for, the Trump supporters who regret their vote. His polling numbers are down. He's definitely lost a large portion of the independents. More folks are showing criticism towards the war in Iran, towards his gutting of healthcare, towards the civil rights abuses, and more, because ultimately he is walking back his Make America Great Again, whatever the fuck that means, agenda. And those people I've created this platform to discuss, to speak to express all the reasons that they regret their vote with minimal judgment. So if you are a Trump supporter who's getting up off the MAGA plantation and you'd like to tell us why, request up in the box or call into the number on screen. If you are a Trump supporter who does not regret your vote, you think he's doing a good job, you think there's something that I'm missing, you think he was the better candidate than Kamala Harris, which is kind of outplayed, but I do enjoy having those conversations because you couldn't be more fucking wrong. You may request up in the box or call in the number on the screen. I can give you several reasons as to why you're wrong. Since you guys do it anyway, I do actually try to some degree to avoid talking about Kamala Harris because her relevance in political discussions is not the same, for one, while I love her. For two, it's a pivot. It's literally a pivot. If you are trying to have a full-blown conversation about what about Kamala versus addressing the almost 2 years of failure the Trump administration has been doing, then you're trying to excuse your guilt by saying that the other candidate would have been far worse. You can't say the other candidate would have been far worse if you don't know shit about the other candidate. Kamala Harris's policies were superior to Donald Trump's by every single metric. Every single one. Quite frankly, we can literally see Democrats and Republicans trying to take provisions of her policy from her. We saw that with the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. I can literally take sections of that bill and directly correlate it to the, 82-page document, A New Way Forward for the Middle Class. Let's see how many followers ours is at now. Hey, 115. All right, keep going. Keep following Ari. Let's get her up. There, bro. Let's get her up there. Let's see. User, did you vote for Trump?
I did. But yeah, first time listener, first time caller. So kind of stumbled on your video here as far as what the goal of the conversation is, but I'm excited for the opportunity. So.
Cool beans. Do you regret your vote?
I do not.
And why is that?
Yeah, no. So there's a few things I feel. I'm a big fan of even like Bill Maher, right? He's the Democrat that I've wanted to vote for my entire adult life. I love Bill Maher, and Bill Maher calls out a lot of the extreme leftism that we're seeing. And again, I'm a moderate. I grew up in California. I was kind of force fed to be able to vote a certain way. You know, I voted for Gavin Newsom, which I can tell you I'm embarrassed about. Scary for him even to be in a conversation in regards to a presidential race. I grew up in California and he demolished it in a lot of ways. But okay, I'll take
why you regret your vote. I would greatly appreciate it.
No, I said I don't regret my vote, right? Like these are all the reasons why. Yeah, I don't because
you don't regret your vote for Donald Trump because of Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom didn't run in 2024. No. He's a governor.
Yeah, we can talk more directly about, Vice President Harris. But no, in general, it was like the fear of what that movement was portraying to me in particular. Again, I can only speak for myself, but like I felt like that was more of a scary movement than anything I'd ever seen. And I'm not saying that I'm pro-Trump 100% of the time, but I don't think any president should be one. Like, I don't want to have a beer with my president. Like, I don't want my president is going to make.
What scares you about Democrats?
Yeah, control, right? Like, I think we can get into that if you want, but like control for sure.
Big government.
COVID was one of the first experiments. Again, you can crate training, right? Like a dog, right? I don't know if you have a dog, but I love dogs, and you can't crate train an old dog who's never been crate trained, right? So I feel like it was an opportunity for the Democrats to gain some control and be able to kind of indoctrinate or crate train the say of the
What
government as
control
far
are you
as
talking about specifically?
yeah, I mean, I was listening to a news clip the other day of COVID where they were so excited, MSNBC was, I think in particular, about how COVID vaccines were now available for children under the age of 5. And again, we've learned so much since that time, right? Like I
Are you
wish
against vaccinations?
no, not at all. Not at all. I'm just saying I'm against um yeah, I guess I'm kind of against a forced vaccine from a government that potentially didn't do its due diligence to be able to administer it. So
Do you know
yeah,
what
no,
Operation Warp Speed is?
no, 100%. And again, I know it's transition from one presidency to another because again, he
You
was a
wasn't answering
hero.
my question. Do you know what Operation Warp Speed is?
Yeah, I know it was like high level, like fast tracking the approval of.
Do you know who
the
signed
COVID
that bill
vaccine.
into law?
No, 100% I know. And again, that's
Do
what
you
you
know
had to
that Trump
do.
got himself vaccinated as well, while suing vaccine discourse or mitigating the degree of severity for COVID during 2020?
Yeah, and that's my point though, is like I don't
So
trust either of
I don't
these.
see why you would have an issue with vaccines now being able to be administered to children under 5 safely and effectively. That's a good thing. W science.
Yeah, and the mRNA part of the delivery mechanism of the C19 vaccine, which is the mRNA, has been studied for over 2 decades and is utilized in other vaccinations that we utilize now. It's not new.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you. I agree. I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm just saying like
What children were forced to
no, no,
obtain
no,
the
no, no, no. It's
C19?
not even that. Like, don't you think we fumbled that time frame in
Yeah,
humanity?
because of Trump.
Like, no. I'm not saying. I'm not talking about either side. I'm saying, don't you think we could have done better? Because that's the
Yeah,
party
if
I
we had
want to
never
run for.
dismantled the pandemic response team, yeah, we could have done a lot better.
Okay, so we'll do better next time. That's the goal, right? Like that's why I'm here
We have a
talking to you.
pandemic response team. Yeah, people that are actually geared to handling this kind of an event. But unfortunately, we don't have one.
Really quickly, Ari is now up to 123 followers on Instagram. Thank you guys so much for going over there. We just need we just need at least 54 more. So make sure you're going over to Mermaid Ari0 and following her on her new Instagram. Also, really quickly, W's in the chat to Taylor for the $3 Venmo. I would love to tell you that one time I supported Trump for 3 months because I was young and dumb. Never voted for him though. Yeah, thankfully, even when I supported Trump back in 2020, I didn't vote. Best thing I could have done with my dumb ass at the time. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Sean for the $5 super chat. 2 more truths. It doesn't have to make sense or be true. It's only a thing if a Dem does it. E.g. tan suit. The pattern is unmistakable. W's in the chat to you, Sean. Best way to support the platforms, links in the bio. Please, I want to hear some thank yous from Ari as well. You can give her some TikTok gifts or hit up her links. So I'm curious as to what your contention was, I guess, in regards to the fumbling. You can have legitimate criticisms about how the pandemic was handled under, I guess, both administrations. Biden had the majority of it. However, I don't know what that has to do with being a specific knock on Democratic failures or being scared of how Democrats tried to curb the pandemic, especially considering that Donald Trump literally contributed to some of the deaths here in the United States, not only by dismantling the pandemic response team, as Ari already went over with you, but also encouraging and suing large portions of misinformation and disinformation throughout all of 2020 surrounding its spread, the vaccine effectiveness, and everything else.
Yeah, I think that time period, I think for myself and a lot of people, again, I don't want to speak on behalf of other people, but I feel like I've lost a lot of faith, within both parties, the government in general, right? Like, so in general, like, I guess I feel like I question everything, a little bit more.
What did Democrats do during the pandemic that caused you to lose faith? You mentioned, I guess, mandates specifically.
Yeah.
The majority of mandates
so-
during the pandemic, who were they administered by? Private
Yeah,
corporations
so-
or the federal
so-
government?
No, so for me, again, California kind of scope, I saw a lot of small businesses close, right? Because of regulation or over-regulation you can talk about, which again, California is the definition of over-regulation. And that could be a different conversation, but it's again run by a certain party.
They were able to
Over-regulation
get
and
small business
safety.
loans for their closings and also stimulus checks.
Over-regulation and safety, like Uber safety, is really scary in my opinion, right? Like, again, I love safety, I love that, but again, okay, let's stay focused on my experience in California related to COVID. But yeah, no, it was you couldn't lay on certain parts of the beach.
Okay,
you couldn't.
You keep saying referencing
because of
California
shade
specifically
in the sand.
Okay.
Yeah.
California
Which
would
is-
be one example, and I guess one of the
No, but
biggest
California's
examples you
like-
can use. But no way, shape, or form when I say California is some shining beacon or ideal
No,
of what all
it's
Democrats want to do or be. So again, your
No, but-
traumatization of, I guess, local Democrats, and we could go over all the Democrats in California that have failed and fucked y'all over, is not an example of the Democratic Party, especially on the federal level.
Well, I disagree with that because California is always the first to do everything. And then it's adopted in other opportunities of the country that happen to believe the same way. And to be honest, if you go backwards another tier, Canada's probably the first, and then California's the second, and then the rest of the blue states. Again, you try things that are absolutely like nonsensical as far as lack of common sense.
You couldn't be more wrong on that. But out of some of the things that California was the first to do, specifically things done under Kamala Harris, they were the first to launch required body cams at all times on police officers for accountability. The launching of
love
that
that.
spread
I
over
love
to the
that.
rest of the United States. That was a good
I love
thing.
that.
I don't know what
100%.
example you can give of something California started that was bad, and then everyone else followed suit. The other blue states didn't even have some of the same restrictions that California did.
Wait, bad decisions that California's done?
Bad
that have
decisions that
rippled into-
California did that
Yeah.
other states took on.
For sure. So we can talk about border control, right? Like sanctuary cities. Is that something that? Because
Sanctuary cities isn't a California thing.
Well,
No, I'm
actually,
aware.
If he's going to bring up sanctuary cities, can we get a baseline of what his understanding of sanctuary city is?
No, so I've traveled a lot in my life for work, and I've been scrutinized to be able to get in and get out of certain places based on a timeline that I was, projecting from a work environment or whatever it might have been. I don't, and I know I have a lot of friends. I don't necessarily want to live in a country where we don't have control
sorry.
of the border. No,
What
I
is a
want to be able
sanctuary
to.
city?
So I don't know if you know the name Katie Steinle. I went to high school with her. She was
What
killed.
is a sanctuary city?
Yeah, you can educate me. I think I have a general idea of what it is, but I'm sure
That's
you
what
can give me.
I'm asking you
What she's
to
been
tell me, like, what you think a sanctuary city is. So then
Yeah.
if you're
So
wrong,
someone, a city that won't, again, high level, a city that won't call ICE, or won't call the federal government to potentially deport someone, and that's So it's local over federal, I guess, would be a high level, right?
yeah, so that's wrong.
Okay.
So a sanctuary city policy, it's
that
it's kind
far
of
wrong.
it's two-part, right? So their policy is that if they are releasing someone from jail, they are not required to hold them longer past their release date in order for another government agency to come and pick that individual up. So, for example, an immigrant that's convicted of stealing $1,000 worth of items from a grocery store. They were in jail for 60 days. They're let out on their 60-day mark. And while it was updated in the ICE database, ICE shows up 3 days later to pick them up. They let them go because that's just how constitutionality works. That would be a violation of their Fourth Amendment right to stay past their time. And also their Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment with the right to due process. They had their due process. They said they were supposed to be in there for X amount of days, X amount of months, etc. You can't hold them past that. That's just kind of how the law works, right? The second part is it allows undocumented immigrants who are victims of a crime to safely report it without fear of being deported or picked up in ICE custody before their case can actually be heard or tried in a court of law for the person that victimized them. Which part of upholding the Constitution and allowing victims of, let's just say, sexual assault to report the crime is wrong to you?
I mean, if they're here illegally, right? It's illegal. Isn't that like trump everything else
I
that
also
you
want
just
to point out really
might have
quickly that
said?
cooperation with ICE was better. Blue states and ICE was better under Democratic administration, so there's clearly a reason as to why that may have been reduced. Go ahead, Ari.
No, why is it, so do you think that because a woman is an undocumented illegal alien, and she was victimized by her neighbor 3 doors down from where she was living, specifically raped, you think that when she goes to report that to the police, she should instead be put in handcuffs and carted off by ICE as she's trying to make that report about her American US born citizen neighbor that sexually assaulted her?
Yeah, and I think so. I'm not saying yes, and I agree either way. I'm just saying I feel like that's
Well,
kind of
this
the
is a direct
crossover.
yes or no
No,
question.
no, no, no. I don't.
There's no gray. Do
I
you
don't
believe
think.
that she should be put in handcuffs before her
No,
court? Okay, so
no, no.
you
Let
agree
me.
with that sanctuary city policy for in order for victims to safely report crimes that have been committed upon them by either other undocumented immigrants or U.S. born citizens or even
No,
naturalized.
I was going to try to speak on the gray, but I got
What's
cut
the
off.
gray
So
area of a woman telling cops about her sexual assault, but instead she gets deported? What's the gray area in that one actually?
yeah, no. So yeah, I have again. I don't want to talk too
We
much
don't I
about.
don't want your anecdote. I'm asking you what is the gray area of an undocumented woman going to the cops to report the victimization of themselves by a US citizen of sexual assault.
No,
What's the gray area of her being arrested by ICE instead of being able to file a police report?
I get you're taking power of the conversation, but again, a story is what creates or explains the gray, right? Like if you're
No,
telling me
what's
I
the
can't.
gray area of arresting a woman as she's making a report of sexual assault by a US citizen?
And real quick, could I tell the story to be able to get to that point, right? Like
It's
without
up to
being cut
Heckman.
off? Okay.
He wants to tell a story? What?
Well, not a crazy story. I'm just saying, like, there has to be context behind it, right? Like, I'm not going to be like, oh, the gray is this. Like,
No,
I
I just want
wanted
to
to.
know the gray area. I don't think a story is necessary.
Well, it's like a 2-sentence story. It's not a
Go ahead.
story.
Tell your story.
No, so okay, so I have personal experience again from a family who I extremely love that came here during war in Europe. It was the Bosnian War, right? Like they came here, they did their process, they work hard. I know these people, like they're love, blood, everything, you know, or as much as blood could be. And so I respect the process. I have great grandparents who came here from Italy. I respect that we need a reform related to what that is. But again, the gray area is if you're in any other country in the world and the the situation you explained, yeah, they would get deported, right? Like, so there has to be a point in time where what's
Your story was
okay?
irrelevant to your point, and that's not correct.
Completely irrelevant.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that.
So you said you respect the idea of reform. Well, you didn't show it in your vote. Donald Trump doesn't. He's quite literally, him and Republicans have put forward nothing to actually address immigration reform. In fact, they are
Yeah,
the
I
fault.
know.
They are the fault of immigration reform that was halted in 2024 under Biden.
Yep, I
Secondly,
agree.
to add on to Ari's point here, when it comes to increased cooperation with undocumented migrants when it comes to law enforcement, which actively can help reduce crime in the region, that same increased cooperation can also contribute to, say, people who are weaponizing undocumented migrants for slave labor, paying them pennies on the dollar, and having them be able to safely report this to the authorities without the fear of being persecuted is extremely helpful in helping us actually address illegal immigration here into the United States.
Yeah, which is funny. I haven't heard any reports from the Department of Justice actually looking into any of the corporations where they picked up undocumented immigrants from that they've already acknowledged we're paying them pennies on the dollar, less than a minimum wage, which directly goes against the Fair Labor Standard Act of
Not one.
1954. So where's the prosecution of the companies that are actually violating U.S. laws by hiring these individuals?
Yeah, it's a good question. Greed is extremely powerful. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you know,
Who's greed?
who's greed?
Yeah, who's?
Yeah, I do believe all roads lead to narcissism. So yeah,
How is
what
that
that
who?
all roads lead to narcissism. So
How
it's
is that
your
who?
no, so it's your greed, it's my greed, it's everyone's greed, right? All roads lead to narcissism. It's all of our greed, right? I I don't know how else you look at it. Like that's life, right?
So whose greed is at fault for United States
Human life.
I
Human
would love to
life.
finish my sentence.
Okay. I'm
So
sorry. Okay,
whose
go ahead.
greed is
I already
at fault? Whose greed is at fault for United States corporations not being punished for engaging in what is tantamount to slave labor by this current Justice Department? Since it's all greed for why they're not
and
charging any companies.
again, this is cross party lines. It's the same answer I already provided. It's humans, it's narcissism, right? That's it. Like I really, really love and live my life on common sense. And humans are humans, and I don't even know how you can fight
Alex,
against
I'll
what I'm
take
saying.
a non-answer for 1,000, please.
Yeah, okay. I know the best firemen in the world, and if they were in charge of monitoring
Motion to strike, record witnesses unresponsive.
W's in the chat to Dean for the $2 Venmo. Listening to user prison numbers here, there's no way he's in any way moderate. He's hard right, trying to make himself sound better. Wouldn't surprise me. W's in the chat to Mark for the $5 Venmo. What about when an undocumented person has valuable evidence not involving their own victimization? It's still valuable to allow them to testify without fear. 6,000%. It literally would encourage us actually addressing crime on all levels in all forms. I bet you believe that sanctuary cities were places where criminals of the undocumented manner could just sit there and hide without prosecution, that Democrats protected them. Is that what you think?
Again, I have a little bit of a personal experience with that. And again, I don't want to drop too many of those. So I'll take a pause and listen.
What is the relevance of your personal experience to the point?
So a very close high school friend. Okay, what? It's a story, right? Should I not talk about stories? That's the whole point. Like I love the opportunity.
That was a very niche insider comment. I think Hector should understand when I say don't make me get thickless, because I have an idea where this is going to go.
Oh boy.
But go ahead.
Yeah. What is the relevance of your story to the conversation?
No, so like going back to COVID, and like I didn't have, thank God, any impact from COVID related to like my family circle and people. And I know obviously people pass and it was terrible. And I got the vaccination. I know that's kind of a retread of what we've already discussed, but yeah, no. So if we're all right, I just like, give me a question, give me something. I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm losing a little bit of steam, and I'm
You
getting,
started your story. You were saying the story to make a point about immigration. Finish it. What was?
yeah. So I had a very, very close high school friend who was shot and killed on Pier 39 in San Francisco. Again, because of a lot of the policies that were put in place at that time. And this
Were they shot and killed by an undocumented migrant?
They were.
And where's that undocumented migrant now?
Oh, Nicholas.
Well, no, it's a public story. I think even Trump talked about it. Again, I grew up in a small suburban town in California, the Bay Area, but no, it's yeah, you could look it up. I don't know where he's at now, is what I guess that's my answer. I don't know, but I could look it up.
You don't know where the undocumented migrant who killed
Oh, no,
someone
it was a
close
long
to you
time
is?
ago.
You don't know if there was any justice
Well, it was a long
served?
time ago. It was a long time ago. Like, this is like 10 years ago, probably. So like, yeah, I don't know.
You didn't keep up with the case? You didn't care about your friend
Of
getting
course.
justice?
Of course I did.
And
I get-
so
what's
was
the-
this
what's the
was
question?
the migrant picked up? Were they convicted? Were they sentenced?
Okay.
I mean, I assumed you followed it when it happened.
It was national news, so I guess I'm assuming you guys followed it too, or no? I guess that's just the question. It's
I
like,
don't
you
know.
could-
I don't. How are we
Okay,
supposed to
that's
know
fine.
who this
That's
person is,
cool.
what their name is, what the crime was? What do
No,
you mean,
that's
did we
cool.
follow
That's
it?
what I'm saying. No, you're
Are you
asking
gonna
me,
tell us
I'm
the
just-
name?
I told you, Katie Steinle is the name.
Damn, I'm good.
Katie.
Did you guess that, Ari?
Steinle.
No,
but like
you said it
literally-
earlier,
Oh, you did?
and I
What
can't
is-
remember the last name, but I was like, I'm pretty sure you said Katie.
Yeah, no, I'm not like, but again, that's every day potentially. I don't know what the stats are, but I know that like it's a terrible thing that impacted, friends and family of mine. I graduated high school in 2001 from Pleasanton, California, went to the same school as her, Amador. Like, she was a friend, and it was tough. It was obviously years past, but again, it was just something that hit home. Kind of like, we talked about COVID. For me, maybe not hitting home enough, but understanding the importance of making sure people are safe. And, I did all the safe things. I think we learned a lot from it.
Okay.
I'll take a
Jose
break. Go
Inez
ahead.
Garcia Zarate.
God bless you.
He literally was indicted under Trump's first term in 2017. He pled guilty on March the 14th, 2023. This was put to rest under Biden. He was a convicted felon and illegally in the United States, having previously been deported. He was also on federal supervised release from a 2011 Texas conviction. I would love to know how the fuck that worked in Texas. How the fuck you on a supervised release in the United States when you got a Texas conviction? I digress. First and foremost, I'm not trying to be cold here. I'm very sorry that your friend is gone, and I'm sorry that this happened. That's fucking horrible. However, I guess where I'm confused is that justice was served, and don't get me wrong, that doesn't. Technically, so killed in 2015. Okay, that doesn't take away from the fact that your friend's no longer here, and this is still terrible. But I'm curious as what this has to do with Democratic policies. When Democrats not only were Democrats don't want this. Democrats do not welcome in illegal immigration. They do not protect criminals in these cities. This is someone clearly convicted of a violent offense, kept trying to improperly be here multiple times, which is why he had the felony record, which would not even be the first violation of USC 1325. So what does this have to do with Democratic policies?
Hector, but he was acquitted. The
He was
man that
acquitted?
shot and killed his friend was acquitted because it was determined to be an accident.
Hold on, November 2017 prosecution in San Francisco County during the resulting injury, being a felon possessing and acquitting him of homicide charges. On August 30th, 2019, a California State Court of Appeals overturned Garcia Zarati's conviction based on the failure of the state trial court to instruct the jury on the state's affirmative defense of momentary possession. The ruling had no legal effect on the federal prosecution, which had already been initiated. Got you. Garcia made his initial appearance in federal court to face federal funds released from state company. Okay, I don't know how the fuck he got acquitted. That's kind of wild. But no, the acquittal.
He was 90 feet
California.
away.
Oh, he got acquitted because wait.
He was 90 feet away. It was determined to be an accidental discharge. And it was in a red state.
And that's
And I guess if you were really friends with Katie or her family, you would know that her family has also asked for her name not to be used as a political talking point, and yet you're doing that right now. That's very, very respectful, of course.
No, African. This took place 2015, and they were in San Francisco. The Texas conviction, that was separate. That was for being illegally here in the United States. That took place in 2011. But for some reason, he was supervised, and somehow he ended up in California. Anyway, I personally, for me, I understand him being 90 feet away and it being an accident. I still don't see how he got acquitted for this because he would still have been here unlawfully. And then he still had the felony charges from before for illegally having a weapon.
Not Katie. That's funny.
So this still, I mean, even if you got acquitted for the killing of her, you still should have been deported. So I mean,
Her name is Kate, not Katie. I feel like the user should have known this.
Yeah, Catherine Kate Stein.
I know. I mean, yeah. Okay.
So again, I don't agree with this initial ruling. However, this has nothing to do with democratic policies. You can just say that a California judge put out the sentencing that you think was light. So be it. But how is this an example of democratic policies?
No, again, I'm looking towards the future as far as problem solving, right? Like, how can we fix this? I'm not trying to point blame. I voted in a direction that I felt would get us closer to where I wanted to be, and we can talk about all those, which we have been, but no, in general, I want to be able to talk about how we can fix this, right? Because we both know it's wrong. We're both being played, and we can fix it. It's not that hard.
It literally opened up with point and blame, first and foremost, pointing fingers. Secondly, there's several different things we can fix this in the legislative branch. We can pass permanent solutions to actually address immigration reform so that we are better addressing criminals and also humanely approaching people who just want to come here for a better life through our asylum processes. It's as simple as that. The Trump administration did not run off of reform. They ran off of demonization. They completely evaded the policies or orders that they put into place that contributed to some of these criminals being here in the United States. They left all the ones that did all kinds of murders under his first term. And now here we are. The majority of people that the Trump administration is picking up, detaining, and deporting are not violent criminals. And every single time that ICE agents go out there with a 3,000 a day quota from Stephen Miller, and they harass Americans and bother undocumented migrants doing absolutely nothing, that is less energy and less time and less resources we can then spend on actually going after the worst people. That doesn't help us.
No, agree. We could do better, for sure.
So then if your issue was the border and immigration security from foreign threats, then you voted for the guy who has no solutions and quite literally, I would argue, worsening the issue internally.
Yeah, I mean, I do know, like, sometimes you have to stop the bleeding if it's that bad. And I'm not saying it's that bad because I'm not trying to be an expert on that. I feel like everybody's an expert on everything nowadays, but I don't know. That's just like a gut feeling. And it's like any hard decision you have to make as an executive in a public or private organization, right? Like you have to make hard decisions. You have to make layoffs. We're seeing that now. We're seeing that like someone has to be the face of that lower level or that lower tiered decision. And we all have to do it. And I would much rather have Donald Trump making those decisions than Biden or Vice President Harris. Like that's just I the confidence level. Again, I'll take a breath and you guys can comment, but that's the high level feeling I think of the nation and why Trump won the vote. Right? That's
Your
that's what it
confidence
was.
level in a failing administration is astounding to me.
Yeah. Okay.
Also,
Then why else did he win?
Just I want to let you know, Hector, that the man who shot Catherine that was deported under Biden.
That's correct. I did read up on that here. Yeah. Really quickly, W's in the chat to Ivan for the $1 Venmo. If he's a moderate, then Ted Bundy was a church boy who sang with Kirk Franklin. Yeah, y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't shit. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Damn, Gucci. Do you really want me to start it? You want me to start the pool? For the $5 Venmo, I beg you to make it end. W's in the chat to Gucci for the $1. Apparently, he has a personal story for every talking point. He just may. Okay, we'll start the pool from there. That's 6. W's in the chat to Taylor for the $5 Venmo. Now, this motherfucker has 99 stories, but a coherent response ain't one. That's funny. Just riddles like a damn Mother Goose book. I'm trying to be a better person. Pray for me, but fuck. W's in the chat to you, Taylor. So what is your basis for having this confidence in Trump? What is it in? Because it can't possibly be in immigration. In his first term, we saw from 2018 to 2019, in part because of his ridiculous rhetoric and the prioritization of picking up everyone versus the violent criminals under ICE, we saw more violent offenders less violent offenders actually being apprehended versus people who are just living their lives. We saw more than doubling of the apprehension rate and encounters from 2018 to 2019, and the pandemic really saved them. The pandemic, even to some degree, Title 42, which both presidents used, we can also say has a part to play in some of the migration here, because people would just come and then we would just rapidly send them back versus actually vetting them, checking for international criminal records, and apprehending them. So and I know you didn't just mention the layoffs. I don't know why you would compliment Donald Trump mass firing federal employees for no damn reason.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a loaded question, or there's a lot there to unpack for sure. I guess the last thing you said, as far as, so I'm not a huge fan of big government, right? Like I would like to be able, again, but that's even me in my day-to-day life, right? Like I try to find the most reasonably priced gas. I try to go to, that Whole Foods is less than that Whole Foods or whatever. Like you live your day-to-day life to try to be able to eliminate cost, whether that's cost avoidance, cost reduction, whatever it might
Trump
be.
is big government. Donald Trump quite literally is weaponizing the government in a way we've seen no Democrat really use before.
For sure. When you're talking about military, again,
I'm talking about domestically. I'm talking about Republicans in general under his leadership are very pro big government. They're for the restriction of women's access to their bodily autonomy. They are for free speech restrictions. They quite literally are trying to change the way that we vote and take away your options to, whether it's his executive order on mail-in ballots, what he's trying to do with the SAVE Act and taking those revisions and several pieces of legislation. The broad authority for ICE agents to terrorize you, not even with the right warrants. They are literally the epitome of big government right now.
Yeah, I think if you look at it from a couple different ways, but yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Like if you're talking about control, yeah, no, I get it. But that's always been the case.
It's bigger than control. It's about the violation of one's rights to serve a specific agenda.
Explain a little bit more on that one.
All the examples I just gave you.
All right.
Freedom to vote. move freely amongst in the United States. I'm talking about American citizens who can now be racially profiled and profiled just because of their accent. Individuals whose documentation, their legal documentation, whether real ID or literally with Dulce in Maryland, a birth certificate is being challenged with no evidence of being fraudulent. There are people spending time in detainment centers who are not undocumented migrants. There are people who are spending time in a cell because Donald Trump is lying about them vandalizing a reflection pool because we have them putting their hand in it. All of those things and more.
I know I said first time, listener, first time caller, but are you just like reading off of ChatGPT right now?
I do this on a daily basis. I would argue at this point, my memory's just decent on the things I cite.
No. I'm just saying I don't have that advantage right now. So I appreciate, any kind of condolences as far as a debate may be concerned. But yeah, what else do you want to talk about? Like, I love this country, and I feel like there is no other country in this world that would allow you the opportunities.
You don't love this country if you don't love what it was founded on.
Okay, go ahead.
Donald Trump does not respect the Constitution. Someone who hates the Constitution can in no way, shape, or form love this country. Donald Trump loves what this country does for him. He loves how he can weaponize it. He does not love America. He doesn't even understand America.
As they all do, though. Like,
no. Give me an example of Joe Biden violating any of the amendments in the Constitution.
No, I'm talking about Obama being an executive producer of like multiple Netflix $1 billion.
What the fuck does that have to do with the government or his time as a president?
When
did that happen? Did that happen before or after he left office on January 20th, 2017?
Yeah, but that's the whole point, right? Why are they doing this? Why are they doing this?
You don't understand binary questions very well. Was that before or after he left office on January 20th, 2017?
And based on my response that I just provided that you cut off, that question, right? That's what I said.
Did you not understand? I'll break it down further for you.
Celebrity, right? Like he was a celebrity before and after, and he didn't pick up until after, right? So that's the whole point, is that he already knew that's what was going on. Like it's always been.
Obama wasn't a celebrity. He was an attorney and a congressman before. A member of Congress.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying he was our president, therefore he was a celebrity. Like all of
I would
all
never
of our
call the president
No,
a celebrity. I would call them an influential person.
Okay. So celebrity's a bad word. Okay, I'm sorry. Yep.
It just
a bad
doesn't
word.
accurately reflect what the president is.
No, I voted for Obama. Like I
WD.
Oh, Obama had 100% of the vote.
100% of the vote. Yes, I voted for Obama twice. Yeah.
100%. Yep. I mean what I said.
Yeah, I don't 100% of the vote. I don't get that, but yeah, no, I vote. So again, I don't know where do we want to go with this conversation? Because it can go
literally what I said.
Yeah.
Supporting Trump is not supporting America when Trump does not respect one of America's founding documents, being the Constitution.
Yeah, I mean, again, I said it earlier. I disagree. I feel like, I disagree.
Okay, sure. Freedom of speech. Would you say that's a good thing? Specifically, your right to speak out against the government. My right to have this platform and talk all the shit I do about Trump and his administration. Do you think that should be protected?
I love it. No, for sure. That's the whole point. Like, if we're going to fix anything, we need to have these conversations. And you can be extremely one-sided because if it's, it's you're cooking it. I have no idea if you're cooking it, and I might be cooking it a little bit too on the other side, because in my opinion, if we don't have those conversations, then we won't be able to make progress. Right.
Yeah. So ICE agents literally went and followed a man or searched for a man around, I believe it was New York City, trying to give him a piece of paper saying he may be in violation of law because he wrote an email to the ICE director at the time. I believe it was, I'm blanking on his name. I think it was Todd Lyons. And in this email, all he did is express how much he hated the man's enforcement. In no way, shape, or form was there a single threat in there. But they literally followed him around, went to his home, and found him in a hotel with his daughter as he returned from a vacation overseas to issue this citation. We can talk about all of the badges that the Trump administration has pulled from several, I wouldn't say independent and left-leaning networks from the White House. We can talk about the funding that he's cut to organizations like PBS for their accurate reporting. We can talk about the EOs that he's passed, specifically the one where he tried to burn your freedom of expression, which is in burning the American flag. He tried to lock people up for up to a year from that until the federal court shut that down. We can then also go over to, whatchamacallit? What's the name of those individuals? The journalists that the DOJ launched investigations into. Time and time again because of their reporting on his personal life or his administrative actions. Donald Trump has quite literally done a bit to challenge your right to speak out against the government, especially when it's against him. Even going as far as to now trying to make a settlement deal with the government to take $1.776 billion and pay it to domestic terrorists because folks released his tax records and showed that he wasn't paying shit in 2020.
Which, I mean, the man who released it got arrested and convicted.
He did.
And is serving 4 years, I believe, 4 or 5 years in prison in Florida, I believe, actually. His attorneys were present in the courtroom at his conviction and sentencing.
The man at a recent rally for Donald Trump, the one who yelled that Trump was a pedophile protector, he literally pointed at him and called him a fucking communist. That was wild. Anyways, Donald Trump doesn't care about freedom of speech. And overall, when it comes to the Constitution specifically, I want to go back to 2020 when he called for the termination of all rules and regulations, those found in the Constitution, because he got his ass whooped in the election. Should I go over the Second Amendment, the Fourth, the Fifth, the Sixth, the 10th, the 14th? How much more do you need me to give you examples for?
You forgot the 8th, the 12th, the 16th, and the 24th Amendments and jokes about violating the 25th Amendment.
That is correct.
22nd Amendment, sorry.
Recently said it again about running for another term. So if you believe someone should have a right to speak out against the government, Trump would disagree with you, specifically when you're talking about his government.
Oh, I hear you. No, I'm not disagreeing with you, for sure. Where do you think we would be, though, under President Harris at this point in time, right? Like where would we be better? I'm curious just what your thought experiment would be, because I'm, all about trying to bridge the gap. But yeah,
we wouldn't be in a war with Iran. Our healthcare
that's a
costs
tough one,
was
though.
substantially increased.
I can talk about the Iran war
wouldn't be
later.
on the International Civil Rights Watch list. There wouldn't have been a broad blanket tariff war that we're starting with everyone, including islands with just penguins on it. So then we would have actually dealt with lower prices at the pump, at the grocery store. We would have seen more enforcement of not only state, but mostly federal, but encouragement to state laws of enforcement when it comes to the FTC. Or the Consumer Protection Bureau, which Donald Trump has been gutting. Our elections quite literally would have been safer and more secure because Kamala Harris did not run off of challenging them. She ran off of passing the John Lewis Voting Rights Act to make it easier to vote, to expand it to more people who have difficulties. Americans, mind you. Country would have been better off just based off the metric that she wouldn't have went downhill with the things Trump has implemented. Everything else is speculation on what she wanted to do.
Even if, as long as like tariffs weren't implemented, if Harris did nothing while she was president, passed a single bill for the economy or anything, we would have already had, specifically, 3 to 4 lowering of the Fed's interest rate. Because originally, before Trump implemented his tariffs, they were projecting it to be lowered 3 to 4 times in the year 2025. And instead, it increased.
That is a good point. Jerome Powell could not reduce them last year. Despite them going downward, continuation from Biden's term, he said inflations were primarily driving that reason. Not inflation, tariffs were primarily driving the reason why they didn't bring those numbers down, because of the instability it was causing, the uncertainty it was causing.
And thank you, Gucci, for the 5. Said, I'm amazing. I appreciate that.
W's to Gucci.
I'm here for the laughs.
I think I read this one here. W's in chat to Gucci. For the 5, Gucci said, if I got $1 for every time they claim to have voted for Obama. Yeah, there's that. W's in chat to Gucci for the 1. Voting for Obama is another one of his stories that are absolutely true. There's a couple quotation marks in there as well. W's in the chat to you, Gucci. W's in the chat to you. 33 more in the pool. Links in the bio. Please make sure we're taking care of Ari while she's here as well. I'm just curious as to what you think Trump is doing. Well, yeah, this is a better question, because we just feel like we're just rambling on. What do you think Trump is doing good?
Again, in a broad stroke, I think he's doing better than the hypothetical President Harris, right? In my opinion.
What is your opinion founded on? How can you be doing better than someone who didn't have a chance to prove himself?
And you could have beaten me on the conversations or topics we've already discussed, but yeah, I mean, I've talked about them. Like, I feel that we live in a potentially more. Okay.
Sorry, no, it's not you, Hector. We just did precision attacks in Iraq.
What?
Yeah. I looked it up. I'm sending it to you. With Saudi Arabia, yeah. Yeah, we, U.S. joint effort with Saudi Arabia dropping bombs in Iraq.
I see. Investments. Yeah, individual distribution. Against Iran-aligned terrorists that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps directed to attack U.S. forces and Saudi energy infrastructure. That's what they're saying. Yeah, I'm getting it from 14 minutes ago. Oop. Well, this ought to be something. This ought to be interesting. Anyways, you hypothetically believe that Donald Trump is doing better than Kamala Harris based off of nothing.
Yeah, and same thing, in reverse to you, right? Like, you have a lot of good talking points for sure.
It's not the same thing in reverse.
Yeah, no, it is. It's
when
all
I talk about
hypothetical,
what
right?
Kamala Harris would have done better, not only am I comparing policy to policy, what he ran off of and what she ran off of were two vastly different things. And she literally, objectively had a better policy platform than Donald Trump. And then B, the things that Donald Trump has done, that not only would she have evidence that we would use with her advice to Joe Biden or the experience that Joe Biden had under his first term of things they did not do, but things that they said they would not do and would have a record of. I'm basing this off of what took place under the Biden-Harris administration and how it differs vastly from Trump's policies and specifically her campaign platform compared to Donald Trump's. Kamala Harris did not run off of a broad tariff war. Kamala Harris did not run off of gutting healthcare. Kamala Harris did not run off of mass firings of the government. Kamala Harris actually did run off of immigration reform versus just mass deportation, which is also costing us quite a bit too. When you look at the money we're spending for detainment, the lawsuits that people are pushing back on because we're violating their due process rights, so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's because of the party and how poor of a situation you guys are in. It's like really scary. Again, I voted
I
Democrat.
know you're gonna try to do this weird pivot to, oh my God, the reason why Trump's fucking up is Democrats' fault. If only Democrats were better, then I would have had a viable option.
Again, Bill Maher.
That's not
You
how
guys,
that works.
I love Bill Maher.
Fuck Bill Maher and his misogynistic ass. Get off his dick.
You don't love Bill Maher?
Get off his dick. It's
I'm a
weird.
Republican and I love Bill Maher.
Get off his dick. It's weird. Go be a
Okay.
meat writer elsewhere. It's fucking weird.
Again, you loved RFK Jr. before I did too, right? Like it's the same thing.
We fucking
I
don't.
never liked that quack.
RFK Jr. is a goddamn nut job who brags about healthily doing substances off of toilet seats, challenges autism and vaccines. Quite literally was a cause of that one outbreak from what was it, Hawaii? Not Hawaii. I'm forgetting the country.
Oh, it was in Texas. It was in basic training, I believe.
Yes.
Are you talking about the flu?
There
In
was
the
a
military?
country that he went to, and then there was was it measles?
Measles, yes.
But
We
you guys- but you're-
we had
you're-
essentially eradicated measles, and now it's popping back up.
I know, but you're
It was
avoiding
in
my
American Samoa. America Samoa.
Yeah.
Samoan Islands.
I'm trying to remember. He went somewhere. He went somewhere, and then upon leaving, there was an outbreak of I believe it was.
Oh yeah, he's eating like
Samoa.
he's eating bear like roadkill and stuff. Like yeah, no, that's it is what it is, I guess, right? I
That's
don't
the
know.
guy
I'm not-
who was over health. American Samoa. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thank you, Neely.
I said that.
Oh, you did. I'm sorry, I missed that one. W's in the chat to Taylor for the 2. This man would ruin a wet dream, for fuck's sake, but I would have a house with Kamala's housing plan. I mean, you would have had the ability, if it was passed, yes, to not only be able to get $25,000 of down payment assistance for first-time home buyers, but you also would have been able to, we would have been moving towards actually getting some home ownership worked on with her housing plans of building 3 million new homes, potentially opening up federal land, deregulating certain sectors to improve the affordability crisis. Literally, they took provisions of that and just put it in the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. Housing would have been worked on to be more affordable because Kamala Harris actually ran off of things to lower the housing market. Donald Trump just said he was going to deport people who were stealing our homes. W's in chat to Dean for the $5 Venmo. There it is. The quote-unquote moderate mask is off. User prison numbers is just another ill-informed MAGA. I'm sorry. What do you like about fucking Bill Maher since you keep putting his name in your mouth? What's the significance of Bill Maher? What is
So,
something he says that
yeah.
you like?
Yeah. So it goes back to, I guess the basis of everything, right? Like here's a story. In Germany, in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s, they put in a requirement for all taxi cabs to have anti-lock brakes, right? So anti-lock brakes is a kind of a value of safety and security and all that stuff and less accidents. It's all about safety. And there were actually more taxi cab accidents after they implemented this law where no cars could not have anti-lock brakes because the drivers became so kind of like carefree and like more relaxed as far as they could stop on a dime before, they couldn't. So yeah, that's the point of the story. I know I lost track here.
What the fuck did I just ask
I know,
you?
no.
Yeah, again,
no.
this is, that's why
No, I
I
know.
made this, just for user. Also, thank you, Cheeky, for the 5, said we wouldn't have friends deploying into war zones if Harris had won.
No, agreed. And I'm obviously, well, I don't know. I am pro-Israel. I feel like
Ew.
no, you like to be honest, I feel like I have a daughter and she's young, but I'm just saying like I kind of enjoy the idea of a Jewish person being they're good people. From my experience, from everything, they're good people.
W. Dean.
I know. Okay. I don't even know how that's a hot take.
You think the Bibi Netanyahu government and the Zionists are good people? which I am separating from regular, degular Jewish people.
Yeah, no. So it's obviously it's a tough situation in that, but no, I feel, yeah, no, I not enjoy, it's a bad word, but like, yeah, no, I don't agree with war, but I feel like, yeah, no, he's doing what he has to do to be a leader. It's not ideal, right? Like if you get, it's like somebody going in your backyard, kicking your dog in the head like every day for like 25 years. And then eventually he kicks your dog in the head again, and it's like you break. And I'm not. That goes back to human nature. I hate war. I don't want violence, but I respect. I respect. No, 100%.
You're
like,
literally
I don't know how you
justifying a war.
go
You're
ahead.
supporting a war. You're welcoming it. You're welcoming Trump's
The
response.
genocide is against the Jewish people. It's like they've been
I'm sorry.
trying to
What?
kill them.
What?
Do you know what? Do you know what apartheid
Yeah,
is?
let's look over how many years, right? Right?
Oh no. Can you
Yeah, okay.
extrapolate how that applies to Gaza?
If you put the state of Israel in Baja California, the cartels would no longer exist.
What the fuck?
That's a okay. If you okay, do you know what I'm saying?
No.
You don't say what
We
the
don't
fuck.
know what you're
No.
saying.
Okay, you don't know.
We have
what
no
I'm
idea
That's
what
why I
you're
said,
saying.
what the fuck?
You're not making any sense.
Okay. The state of Israel would get rid of the cartels. That's the joke.
The over 70,000 Palestinians, most being women and children, aren't even Hamas.
It's a joke. It's a joke, and it
What's
just shows how
What's
good
the
these.
average age of civilians in Gaza?
Yeah, I know war sucks. You know, we're pretty lucky we haven't had to have that. Oh, I know, but it.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're not missing any context. Also, I don't think genocide is fun. We joked in there.
I'm gonna stop talking, Billy.
Honestly, I would stop talking sometimes.
I'm gonna listen to you. Listen.
Nothing.
W's in the chat to Rico. For the $2 Venmo, did this dumb motherfucker think attacking outside of Iran's borders technically is not attacking them? Also, why the fuck is Saudi attacking when the Houthis are aiming for your fucking jugular? I don't goddamn know, bro. W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Wesley for the $10 PayPal. Okay, I can't anymore. Caller is the worst kind of conversationalist. Much love, Hector and Ari. Fuck Zionists. Fuck Zionists every day, all day, from the river to the sea. W's in the chat to Cheeky for the $5 Venmo. I wouldn't be deploying into a war zone if Harris had won. 6,000%. Wait, seriously, are you actually deploying? Fucking A, Cheeky. W's in the chat to Big Baby for the $5 Cash App. This dude has more stories than a library. Thank you. Damn, y'all just started fucking throwing W's in the chat to Heather for the $25 Venmo. My perimenopausal rage can't take anymore. Get the fuck out. That was so bad. Thank you so much. W's in the chat to Dean for the $19 Venmo. Fuck it, I'm done being nice. This Zionist piece of shit needs to fuck all the way off. I feel like we wasted an entire conversation. He should have just said he likes Israel. We could have saved so much goddamn time if he just started with that. W's in the chat to you, Dean. W's in the chat to Kelly for the $20 Venmo. Yeah, no, his stories are like circles. Fucking pointless. Literally kept going in circles. I feel like if I was to clip that, I don't even know how I'd go about clipping that.
Oh, I have one for that. Look, it's a circle.
Thank you so much, Kelly. W's in the chat to Cheeky once again for the $25 Venmo. Free Palestine. Fuck IDF. And for my fallen brothers and sisters in arms, fuck this clown. W's in the chat to you, Cheeky. Big W's in the chat to you. W's in the chat to Rico once again for the $2 Venmo. I'm sorry, the cartel's in Israel. Also, this man is the definition of stupid. I don't know what your first half meant of the message, but yes, he was that. And W's in the chat to Ivan for the $1 Venmo. I think this guy was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and Hector, I think you need to call Celino and Barnes and put in a lawsuit for how much pivot and spin this man has done. I think you'll have a lawsuit. I think we got something. I'm going to share some of this with you, Ra. W's in the chat to every last one of you. Thank you for the donos. And W's in the chat to Your Toxicity for the $2 super chat. Goes to get cereal, comes home with shoes. I want to say this really quickly before we end. I want to say this really fucking quickly. I am consistently getting complaints. I'm talking about not only from maggots, which very unrelevant, but also from fucking people on the left, people on our side that are complaining about the fact that I don't let people finish their sentences and I'm so rude and mean and all these different things. If you let them, they will keep going and going and going and yapping and blabbing and every fucking thing else. They will keep doing it. They will keep doing it. The reason why I will cut you guys off is because you waste so much fucking time. The reason why I'll interject is when y'all lie and that misinformation can get my fucking platform flagged. And there's only so much of the same talking point I can hear over and over again, or better yet, with people who legitimately, as we've seen throughout this entire life, refuse to answer questions. So to every single person who has a criticism about how I handle Trump supporters, fuck you, because you don't care about my mental health, for one. And for two, you see why. This is what happens when I play nice. Dude made no goddamn sense. No one has made any damn sense today. If they think you are rude or mean, don't visit my live. African don't play.
Oh,
African don't play.
Yeah. He'll be like, and block him.
It's Bill Maher. That's not how you spell his last name, but
Maher.
I just know he has a show. I don't know what his takes are or anything. I don't care.
You know what I know about him? He's deeply misogynistic, so why the fuck would I want to listen to him?
That sounds about right. Okay. All right, go live.
Oh, I'm not going live for 30 minutes.
Fuck.
It's Tuesday. I do my nightly show. You can send people elsewhere. It's okay. They'll show up late. They'll show up later if they want.
I said this
if they
live.
don't want, it's okay.
Valid. I said this live was supposed to be 3 hours. We're now at 4 hours and 14 minutes.
Who is live?
Let me see who's live. Who's live, y'all?
Brett Cross, Twista, Joey, Emmy is live. I would send it to Emmy if you could. I don't think you know Godless Engineer, but he's live. Brian Rundle is live.
Yeah, I think an Emmy raid would be perfect, actually. I'm looking at YouTube, though. Who would be live on YouTube?
Oh, great question.
Yes.
No, I was saying that's a great question.
Oh.
I don't
know. Everyone that is going live that I could raid is just going to be Pickles and Just the Bill, and they're not live yet. So I have no live that I can send you guys to right now on YouTube. So, excuse me. Go wherever you guys want to go. Go wherever you guys want to go. Support whoever you guys want to support. Wherever you go, make sure you say Hector Raid. I appreciate y'all. YouTube, thank you so much. Drink some water. Yeah, I do need to.
Hydrate.
Thank you guys for your likes, your shares, your comments, your subscriptions, your super chats, your super stickers, and your memberships. Every single thing that you guys do down there in the comment section, including you fucking maggots who just keyboard warrior. It all helps with the engagement. It helps us do what we do here on a daily basis. We'll be live back tomorrow. Roughly around 3 to 3:30 p.m. CST. There is going to be no Fun and Fact show tomorrow because Eric is off, so don't expect that tomorrow, but we will be back with the chats, and hopefully I can get more questions actually answered this time around. That was the most frustrating thing about this live, is the clear questions that we kept asking and they would not answer them.
They never know how to answer. That's the thing.
My God. Also, if you guys are not following Ari, please hit that follow button. please hit that follow button. Please make sure you're following Ari. And those of you on the YouTube side, really quickly, if you guys can do me this last favor of going to her Instagram, mermaid.ari0, and giving her a follow. We want to get her up to 177. We didn't do it. We got up to 130. We didn't do it. So let's get her up on the followers. I just put her username